Association is working with you to ensure a vibrant horse racing community. Shared stories call for a united voice. That's COSA, representing the interests of horse people racing at Ontario racetracks. So whether you're first, last, or somewhere in between, we've got your back. With insurance, benefits, free lifetime memberships, and more. COSA. Follow our stories on social and check out the process at cosaonline.com.
Hey, good evening, everyone. Welcome back to the Raceway at Western Fair District, London, Ontario's half-mile harness racing action from up top. Announcer Shannon Sugar Doyle with you, fast and dry. Conditions for this evening's race card, a little cooler, 6 Celsius, 43 Fahrenheit, and not much of a breeze in the air under cloudy skies. Liking it for a fall day in London, Ontario. It's a beauty. Beautiful evening for a horse race in the Forest City of Ontario. Changes coming right up. Stand by. Here we go then. Race number 1, the return of Bucktober to London. Switching things up, blinkers to blind bridle. Opens up as the heavy hitter. Odds on choice currently 4-5. The return of Bucktober. Race number 1, the $10,000 guaranteed pool pick 5. Race number 2 begins a $7,500 guaranteed pool pick 4. There is a scratch in there. Take out the 70, 44 Jack. Scratch 7 from race 2. Third race trotters, no changes in there for this Tuesday. Survivor Tuesday at the Raceway. Head to our website to check in for the contest link. Survivor Tuesday, free to play online for those of you with HBI bet accounts. Race 4, there are no changes. The 5th race, Pacers, for the early high five opportunity, and no changes there. Trotters for race 6, clear. Opening leg of a late pick 5. Flip on over to race 7 for a late pick 4 starting up. Number 1, 50 Shades of Gold, going steel to aluminum shoes all around. Number 5, Red Trans Am, switching to blinkers. And the 7, DA True Love, a scratch 6. Scratch 7 from race 7. Put the blinkers on 5 and the shoeing change for the 1. 8th race is clear. Over to race number 9. Number 2, Admit 1. Switching to the blind bridle. Put a blind bridle on 2 in race 9. Our 10th and final, the high five finale. Number 8, What Can I Say, is a vet scratch 6. And take out the 8. The 9 will not be moving in. Reduced field of 7. All on gate for the high five finale. We're now 10 minutes away from race number 1. We've got you up to speed thus far for the changes on this evening's race car. We'll take a short break right now. We'll come back with a whole lot more, including Robert Reed Jr. joining us for the commentary, ticket ideas, selections, and a whole lot more. Lots more to come. Stick around.
Break the routine. Start today at OntarioRacing.com.
There it is. Welcome back to the show, everyone. 9 minutes away from race number 1. You can see on the monitors we've got a birthday girl in the house tonight, and she is starting things up. Race number 1, her one and only horse in to go tonight. Bucktober at post 3, the return of, for owners Tyler and Bill Borth, along with Karen Sparling. Tyler driving for Katie McNeil, celebrating her birthday with us tonight. Happy birthday, Katie, and best of luck with Bucktober on his return to London here in the opener. From up top, I am Sugar Doyle with you then from the eye in the London sky. We've got Robert Reed Jr. standing by. Robert, I always say, I've said it for years, the only thing better than winning a horse race is winning it on your birthday, right?
I mean, we got to call him. He's a classy trotter, right? I mean, he's a high win percentage trotter. Good to see him back at the Raceway tonight, and he's going to do good things on the opener.
Yeah, Katie mentioned, this horse is going to love coming back to London. This is more his kind of groove. They trot 57, 58 around here for his class types. Bucktober, 11 wins this season, Robert. 10 of those right here in London. He's a horse for this course.
Oh, he certainly is, and I just marvel too, right? 18 career victories. I mean, I remember us waiting for him to break his maiden, right, earlier in his career, and then once he did, it was a domino effect. He just kept on winning. A horse that's really got a nose for the winner's circle and has proven, I mean, he can compete at the preferred level against the right types. And tonight, getting back with friends, we'll say, at a venue that he certainly has an affinity for. So again, I think he'll be tough to beat with part owner Tyler Borth aboard.
It's wonderful to see Bucktober back. I meant to ask you, Robert, what month it is, right? So yeah, I always have fun with the name too, right? Bucktober. Tyler loves to hunt, right? So Bucktober, this is his boy in the opener, the 4-year-old son of Flanagan Memory, put together a heck of a season and in with a great shot at some Horse of the Year honors here in London. And the selections for our Horse of the Year categories, they'll take place late next month, and then we'll all look forward to a banquet here at the Raceway in Western Fair District. Always a lot of fun, and Bucktober certain to be a headliner of some sorts for that occasion. We've got the Pick 5 play starting up in race number 1. Before we get to those tickets, though, Robert, I got to give you props for ticket ideas you sent along on Friday night that paid killer. The late pick 4, late pick 5, you were all over it, and wouldn't have cost a whole lot to play along with Robert Reed Jr. on those tickets.
No, just $16 for, I think, what was it, close to $1,900, over $1,900, I think.
Yeah.
For the pick 5, and $8 for over, I think, $700 and change for the pick 4. But it always makes the weekend a little sweeter, doesn't it, when you go into it with a pocket full of money?
Gives you some play money, right? Gives you some play money.
It does, until the wife gets a hold of it, and then Robbie got a hold of it, went to the Sports Card Expo, and he bought a lot of Pokemon cards, and yeah, so it goes pretty quick sometimes, but it makes it a little bit easier, right, when you make those kind of scores.
I was big on the card collecting back in the early 90s. Upper Deck came out, and I had some favorite players like Timu Solani in play and a whole lot more. But for me, the card business, it kind of fell apart, and my brother was saying, you can't make any money on them anymore. But you obviously are a serious card collector, and you would beg to differ probably right now.
Yeah, it's back in a big way. Sugar, sorry, my phone's going off here, but it's back in a huge way. And you know what? One of the proof is in the pudding points for that one was parking at the National Card Expo.
Sure.
It literally took us half an hour to find a spot, and it's at the International Center. Anyone knows that venue? It's massive. It took us forever to find a parking spot, and it was completely jammed. It maybe not as big as it was during COVID times, but the card market is still booming right now.
Tell me this, while you were at this card convention, card show, was there anybody asking for so much more cards?
Well, you know what? I was actually asking some vendors for horse racing cards in general.
Yeah.
Couldn't really, find them. But you know what? I think that among, our people in this industry, that's obviously a highly coveted collectible. I didn't see any of the booths there, but that just means it's more rare, right? So
True
I
enough.
might set up one year
at the expo with a booth with some of my favorite cards, and maybe I'll put a couple So Much Mores in the showcase signed by James and see what people think of them.
I
Not for
don't
sale,
even have
though.
one of those
ones are
So
never
Much.
moving anywhere.
I don't even have one of those So Much More cards signed by James. But you know what?
Oh, wow.
Next time I see him around London or down that way, I'll be sure to have one of those cards on me because I want one of those signed by James. So let's then go to the pick 5 ticket ideas then for race number 1 of 10. There are some singles. It's a sequence I think, Robert, people are going to want to play. You know, I think most of us want to single up October. Most of us want to single up Power and Grace in race number 3. But, you know, you got to go deep in a few of these legs. So it's well worth taking a shot. Give it some thought. Take the shot on our $10,000 guaranteed pool pick 5. So in the opener, all over Bucktober on his return. I like what Katie has to say. Bucktober does love London. 10 of those 11 victories this season right here. And Tyler Borth, co-owner and driver, sharing ownership with his dad, Bill Borth. Karen Sparling on the ownership line as well. And they switch things up. Blind Bridle for Bucktober tonight, my single. 5 deep in race number 2. And then going to single up our track record holder for the trotting mares. That is Power and Grace. And I cannot remember seeing this mare in that easy during her racing days here in London. So we'll single up Power and Grace in the 3rd. And again, going to go deep in the 4th race, 4 deep in there. And looking to end with the likes of Spree Shadow, Wine Delight, and Karen, another live player for Tyler Borth tonight. Robert Reed Jr., let's go. Your best ticket idea on this early pick 5 sequence.
Well, I'm with you with a single in the opener. I can't look past Bucktober. I think he returns in a big way, gets the job done. So singling there, race 2, you know what, Sugar? It gave me fits. I had it down to 4 horses.
Right.
Then when I finished the sequence off, I said, you know what? I'm just going to take an all because I think there can be a price in there.
Yep.
I'm not too in love with the horses that I think are going to take support. So I'm doing something I don't usually do, which is take all of them. So all 8 in race number 2.
Yep.
Race 3, I can't look past Power and Grace. It's one of those things where I don't think she raced particularly well last time, but it was against much tougher.
And like you said, this is the softest spot she's seen in a long time.
I
don't think she makes a mistake in there, and I think she gets the job done. And I don't know what the price is going to be, but it's got to be minuscule.
Yeah.
Either way, alone for me in that race. And then the last 2 legs, 2, 4, and 5 in race 4. I'm going to use Fran Sports Writer. Yeah. Kind of washed out last time before the race November 7th. Now back in regular rotation. Get Sam Fillion. She's a price play, right? And she's on the ticket. It's going to be tough, though, I think, to get the better of the 2 I loved her first and the 5 Sweet Cheeses. And then race 5, Wine Delight has been on my watch list. I've been just dying to bet this
For
horse.
sure.
The problem is Karen, I think, looks like a tough customer, right? You got a horse coming in, from a try at Mohawk Park last time, and she was holding her own against some pretty nice horses in the Autumn Series here at the Raceway before that. And now you get Tyler Borth aboard for the first time at this venue, which we know is so important. And last time out, no chance the way the race went at Mohawk Park. So just 4 and 6 for me in the money leg race number 5. But I really like this sequence, and I'll probably play it a few more times, trying to find someone to press to in race 2, and maybe I'll just take your advice there. I don't know. It's a pretty tough race for me.
This is what I was talking to players with beforehand. I asked them about the sequence, and they said, you know what? Yeah, I agree. There's room for people to not just single Bucktober and not just single Power and Grace, but if they can find another single in the sequence, you could be looking at people playing this for $2 and $5 straight tickets for the pick 5 play. And you know what? Best of luck to you if you're going to go that route. Best of luck to you if you're going to single up and go deep in a few other legs like you have done, Robert Reed Jr. I do like that all button now in race number 2 with the scratch of number 7. There's a look at the horses and drivers getting set for a post parade. Race 1 of 10. This is a great looking trot. It's almost preferred types to start things up here in race number 1. Non-winner $60,000 for a purse of $9,000. The trotters for an exactor try, super daily double, and the $10,000 guaranteed pool pick 5. They're stepping out here shortly. Stand by. Here come your race 1 trotters stepping out to start up the pick 5 play. You're looking at 1 Hot Fudge Sunday. This one for Angie and Mary Carroll. Angie training with Alfie Carroll in the sulky. A rail advantage for Hot Fudge Sunday in London. At a post 2, it'll be the Chestnut, the Great Reset. Sharp winner last time out for Lauren House, Chantal Roos. It's Lauren training and driving, trying to come right back with the Great Reset, 7-2, second choice. Number 3, it's the return of Bucktober. Bucktober for Tyler and Bill Borth, along with Karen Sparling, Katie McNeil, conditions. Tyler Borth in the driver's seat. Number 4, it'll be Junior, Rob Doyle. Tonight for Dennis Duford, trainers Ashley Duford. Working it on Broadway, number 5, Don Rankin Jr., owning, training, driving, sharing ownership with Chris Hadrian. Number 6, J-Port High Class, Greg Dustin for Ted Melchers, along with Geis Veersteeg, Greg Trains. And number 7, Massive Profit, William Ham, owning and training Dan Clements, gets the call. And a trailing spot for number 8, Fox Valley, Ontario. Randy Fulmer, along with Phil Catcher, sharing ownership with Randy Training. Garrett Rooney stays on for the drive. 8 fine-looking trotters here. Race number 1, Exactor, Try, Super Daily Double, the pick 5 starting up. Alrighty, we are going to stay with this one. This is the return of Bucktober, and you're getting a nice brisk score down with Tyler Borth on the lines. Bucktober, an 11-time winner this season, 10 of those victories right here in London, giving chase to Horse of the Year honors here. And how do you like that score down? Looking fine on his return here, Robert.
Yeah, he is looking fine. I mean, I think he's looking like he wants to go a little more than Tyler actually wants him to go right now, to be honest. His years are up. He looks like he's feeling pretty good about himself out there. And again, you said it, right? He gets back to, his favorite venue. And it's not like he's been racing poorly either in the preferreds at Flamborough. I mean, he even got a victory over Power and Grace back earlier on in October. And has been, I thought, kind of holding his own against tougher than what he meets here tonight. So I think that kind of shows us what his intent's going to be. Is going to be to probably get forwardly placed off the gate and not wait too long. If he doesn't get to the lead, not wait too long to try to get there. But he's a versatile type, right? Yep. I mean, we've seen him win from anywhere.
He's
which
a grinder.
Is kind of nice.
He can grind it too, yeah.
Exactly. First over, second over, you name it. We've even seen him score from off the pace. So looking really nice out there at the track right now, and no surprise he's 3-5.
Loving this, how he settles down after that quick score down. And I mentioned to Katie, he tried him at the big track, and she said, they just went a little too quick for him there. He's, in my opinion, more of a half-mile type horse, and again, loves London, corners well here, and looking to add to that 10-win tally in the Forest City of Ontario. Tyler Borth with the favorite Bucktober. His return this fall, 3-5 currently. There are others to consider here maybe. In race number 1, you've got a number 6, J-Port High Class. I was down to the barn area this evening. I've been getting down there lots, and you know what? It's always a pleasure to catch up with horse people. I stroll on down and I walk up to J-Port High Class. This horse is so tall. Doreen Dustin was looking after him in the stall, awaiting Greg Dustin to take him out for the warm-up. So it was great to see Doreen and Greg. And J-Port High Class fitting in well here, Robert.
Yeah, I've seen this horse race so many times. With the angle we just had him, I was going to say, wow, he's a big, tall horse.
100%.
He really is.
Yeah. He dwarfs Greg Dustin on the bike right now, and you know what? He's always been one that's kind of that borderline preferred type that can go with those on his best day. And I still remember that juicy 8-1 he offered October 17th with Nat Day aboard last time out, having to race from way off the pace, and that's something he's done frequently throughout his career. It moves in one spot tonight. And I think he can do it again, right? He got it for third last time, in behind Monteverde and Massive Profit, who's also in here. And I'm thinking, he might be the one to pick up the pieces to finish second, and can probably provide a little bit of value anyways to the bottom end of the exotics, because I thought he'd go off at a double-digit price, which he is right now at 16-1. But Classy Trotter, who's certainly not, in a spot that is out of reach for him on his best day.
Right on. Robert, players are playing well up and over the $10,000 guarantee on this pool. Here's the Chestnut, the Great Reset, a gutsy winner last time out, and he can go with these. Lorne House on his 3-year-old son of Resolve, just shy of $60,000 earned this season.
Yeah, that last effort was a big one. It was one of those ones where, I was kind of expecting him to go to the
engine off the switch. He elected to kind of, get away mid-pack. He came first over, and he lived out there.
Yep.
He just kind of took a lot of air, and you think, okay, well, how's he going to respond to that? And he went by for the victory and converted as the favorite, but had to gut it out. So I was really impressed by that effort. He kind of shows he's not a one-trick pony. He can rough it when he has to. And tonight, we're going to let this team go forward off the gate, and we'll see what he can do. I'm not sure he can go with the legs of Bucktober, but I think he can certainly, land on the ticket on here. I think 2-1 is probably an overbet, in my opinion. I couldn't bet him to win at that price. But again, I do think that Bucktober is significantly better, but I guess we'll see in a moment or two.
Big price on 5, working it on Broadway. Don Rankin Jr. on board. Robert, I caught a score down last night with Rankin, and I loved it, and I put it out there, and Nadia Seelster right to the top. Let one go at the half, but she can back around late, and she kind of sweetened up the multi-leg wagers in the late going, and that's what I enjoy doing, keeping an eye on the score downs here, and I'll be watching for them tonight.
Yeah, well, we need to hear them, Sugar, because they prove positive so often. And, working on Broadway, I think, is an overlay right now at 30-1. This is a really, nifty little trotter, a handy one, too. Yeah, he is. And I think he can get a piece of it no matter what his trip scenario is. So, bottom end of the try and super for me.
Wonderful to have you back with us, Robert. We've got 10 in to go. Race number 1, gates moving. First of 10 in behind, Hot Fudge Sunday on the rail, then the Great Reset, Bucktober, Junior, working it on Broadway. J-Port High Class, Massive Profit on the outside, trailing out Fox Valley, Ontario. A 16th out, here they come. They're rough, and Bucktober. Little steppy off the car, but he does clear to the front. And here comes turn number 1 on his return to London, and he's navigating that opening turn just fine. Bucktober could be good to go right off the switch here at 1-5. He's leading by a length and a half. It's Hot Fudge Sunday, set up for the trip for Alfie Carroll at 25-1. The Great Reset is going to race all alone in third. Junior away in fourth ahead of Fox Valley, Ontario, third to last, working it on Broadway. Back markers J-Port High Class and Massive Profit to the outside. 28-4. Opened it up for Bucktober. Second best, Hot Fudge Sunday, right there on the Borth helmet. Little closer in third. The Great Reset staying in was Junior. Out and rolling, Fox Valley, Ontario for Rooney, traveling first up here on the half-mile approach. It'll be cover for working it on Broadway. Next to last, J-Port High Class, the trailer on the out. Massive Profit, 59 flat, 30-1, well-rated second quarter for the pace setter, for the favorite. Bucktober, bending on by the 5/8. Hot Fudge Sunday has been tracking all the way. The Great Reset, he stayed in, out and rolling, fourth and moving into third. Fox Valley, Ontario, a nice toe up there for working it on Broadway, who's moving into contention for Rankin off the back end. J-Port High Class now out and rolling, and getting shuffled was Junior, coming ahead of Massive Profit over to three quarters. 28-1, 29-1 through the third. Bucktober doing it, and doing it well. Hot Fudge Sunday may get a say here as they get ready to make the swing. Bucktober leading Hot Fudge Sunday. Inside, traveling third, the Great Reset looking for some daylight. It's the return of Bucktober, and at 1-5, as good as advertised. Happy birthday, trainer Katie McNeil. Tyler Borth on board October, 158-1, 12th win of 2023, 11 of those right here in London. That's a swell start. $75,000 plus in handle for race number 1. And it's a $26,000 pick 5 pool started up by the favorite, Bucktober. Bucktober going all the way on his return here, 158-1. Finishing second, number 1, Hot Fudge Sunday, the 2, The Great Reset. Finishing third, 8, Fox Valley, Ontario, 4. 3, 1, 2, and 8, top 4 unofficial. Returning for a winner's circle photo in London, his first start of this fall season in London. He's been away for a while, but he's come back to where he loves to win. Bucktober, 4-year-old son of Flanagan Memory for the Conway Hall mare. Armbro Equinox, owned by Tyler and Bill Borth, along with Karen Sparling. Trained by birthday girl Katie McNeil, driven to win by Tyler Borth, the co-owner. Wires them up easily tonight, 158-1. 19th career victory, as mentioned, 12 wins in 2023, 11 of them right here. Bucktober victorious in the Tuesday evening opener. Congratulations. Race number 1, going official here, 250 to win for Bucktober. That exactor came back at 21 even. That's all right for those two. Dollar try, 24.90. Super for $1, 71.60. The 20 center worth 14.32. Second race up and coming. We're on the pace for it. Scratch the 7, Ace 44 Jack. So reduced field of 7. Pacers, race 2, exactor try, super. Opening leg of tonight's early pick 4, $7,500 guaranteed pool here. 8 minutes to think about it. Race 1, official rundown. Hot Fudge Sunday was a good second. The Great Reset third. Bucktober was the race winner. Juner finishing 6th, working it on Broadway 5th. Jayport High Class finished 8th. Massive Profit 7th. Fox Valley, Ontario finished 4th. A mile of 1:58 and 1. Bucktober making it look kind of easy here tonight in London on his return to the Forest City. Top down 2, 3, 1, 6, 5, 8, 7, and 4. We're now 4 minutes away from race number 2, the start of an early pick 4.
October getting the job done in the opening dash as the heavy favorite. So many are likely still alive in that early pick 5 wager, but it's time for the early pick 4 starting right here in race number 2. Guaranteed pool $7,500. The takeout's always a low 15%. And there is Sugar's ticket on the screen right now, and Sugar's with me. First of all, Sugar, what do you think about Bucktober in the opening dash?
You know what? Kudos to Tyler Borth. He threw in a couple of steps right off the car, but you know what? He's just getting familiar with the old territory, right? Once he touched down on the lead, it was over.
Yeah, and I've seen that a lot from Tyler lately at the raceway, right? I mean, horses that are a little bit steppy, does such a fine job keeping them down, and he knows this horse better than anyone. Really excited to see what he does next, because that was a nice victory from October.
You betcha. Nice to see him back here, and you know what? One of the things down around the paddock, you know, get talking to the starters, the connection to the horses, and in race number 1, mentioning you know, pretty close to preferred action there, and they're hoping to see the preferred trot back here in London as the days and weeks go on here. Of course, Flamborough racing 4 days per week. We're going 3 days per week. We'll switch over to the 4 days come January 1, but there's a whole lot of racing left ahead here at the raceway as time goes on. This opening leg of an early pick 4, we're going to go 5 deep in the opening leg, though I'm kind of liking that all button idea, especially with the scratch of number 7 in here. There is a heavy favorite in the early going, number 3, Bright Side Dazzler, but you know what? Wasn't a whole lot there last time out off a pocket ride over Flamborough, so needing to step it up here to report home a winner at those kind of odds. But again, wide open here in race 2. I'm 5 deep. Singling up Power and Grace, our track record holder for trotting mares, race number 3. Very easy spot for her. 4 deep in the 4th race, and looking to complete in the 5th with the likes of Spree Shadow, Wine Delight. I'm McCarran. I'm with you in there. I'm McCarran. She's kind of jumping off the page there. If there was another single in these multi-leg wagers, the pick 5 to pick 4 tonight, it was likely going to be her, because she kind of jumps off the page with her speed around London. Nothing on the page matches her 58 and 59 speed here at the raceway.
Yeah, I'm in complete agreement with I'm a Karen in the final leg, Sugar. And the thing is, I like Wine Delight because I love the way she raced last time, but she's only 2. She gives up the maturity edge to I'm a Karen as well. You know, for my tickets, I'm keeping it very similar right to the pick 5. I'm hitting the all button here. It's down to 7. Brightside Dazzler 4 to 5. You know, I'm pretty familiar with this horse. He had some success over Grand River, but he does make miscues too, right? So not only is he off form right now, yes, he's dropping back down in class, but he does have a tendency to make a miscue. I thought he was a favorite that'd be worth playing against. Didn't think he would take this much support, though. But the double's only $4, so he's likely hammered in the multi-legs as well.
I'd say.
All 7 for me, though, in race 2.
just the 3 Power and Grace. If she gets beat, I lose. I just think she stands out in there. It looks like a great spot for her to get her confidence back. Saying that about a horse is 9 for 34 in the season, though, right? So it's not like she's been racing poorly, just facing tougher rivals. 2, 4, and 5 for me in race 4. The bomb I'm adding in there is the Forest France Sports Writer, second start back, off missing a bit of time, and Sam Filion up aboard tonight. Race 5, again, I am going to use the 4 Wine Delight. She's on the watch list. She's one I've been waiting for. I just think she kind of hooks herself into a pretty difficult spot now, taking on the likes of I'm a Care in the 6. So just too deep for me in there. The 4 and 6 feel real strongly about those two, but I do agree. If I was going to single somewhere else, it likely would have been the 6 I'm a Care.
All right, in the second race, we've got a couple of them coming in off of qualifiers. The 4 Crazily, the 6 Snocky. I've been out for the qualifiers recent weeks here. I ref some hockey across the road early morning. Gives me time to get back over here, grab some clips of the stretch drives for the qualifiers. And Crazily qualified well to be second in behind Snocky. So, you know what? Nothing wrong with looking at those long shots here in race number 2 as they step out on parade. We've got pacers here, reduced field of 7 for the opening leg of an early pick 4. Number 1, Bet On It. Garrett Rooney's on board for owner. Bob McIntosh Stables Inc. with Bob McIntosh Training, the Hall of Famer. Number 2, Inked in Pink. Jason Ryan stays on for Joanne Colville and Emma Christoforou with Emma Training. Brightside Dazzler, number 3, still faved here, owned by Kim Ibaker and Rafi Barassa. Barassa Training. Austin Sori stays on. And the return of number 4, Crazily for Rick Wade and Linda Grummett. Rick does the training. Scott Ray in the bike. Here's Maximus BG coming in from Rito for Michael Pattison. Michael now training. George Ketros in the sulky. Number 6, Snocky for Angela Clark. Lauren House training and driving. 7 was a scratch, and then the 8, Sand Walker. Dan Clements on board for William Walker. And Dwayne Spitzy condition. So there you have it. 7 pacers. Opening leg of the early pick 4 for tonight. We're going to stay with the 8 here maybe. I did have a nugget of info. Number 8, Sand Walker. He had the big improvement last time out at a huge price. He's almost 50 to 1 in there. And he was a strong second, so I've got him pegged as a pick 4 possibility. You're going to the all button, and why not? It's about as wide open as you will see tonight in London.
Yeah, I agree, Sugar. I thought it kind of gave me fits. One of those ones where you're on it for so long, you're like, oh my God, I've spent an infinite amount of time on this race, watching replays, trying to sort it out. And I said, I'm going to come back to it later. And after my this sequence it was a little bit cheaper throughout the rest of it, I said, okay, I'm going to take the all button. Yeah. Because I think there's a real opportunity for a price in here. I don't think any horse should be a hefty favorite in this group.
I agree.
Even with one like the 3 Brightside Dazzler getting into a condition claimer for the first time. He's off form right now. He does have those miscues in his past. Yes, his victories at Grand River were very impressive, but I just don't like what I've seen as of late from him, right? So, 5 to 2 is too short, and the double at $4, wow, that really got hammered down.
We are chasing value players in here. Your top selection, number 2, Inked in Pink. Longest shot on the board right now, and easy for an announcer like me to spot. I'm going to be looking for the pink.
Yeah, absolutely easy to see out there. And the thing about
Inked in Pink is a horse I've always kind of been fond of. Definitely has a little bit of tactical speed. Hasn't shown it as of late. Does get an inside draw to work from, and kind of the same angle that's working, I guess, for Brightside Dazzler here, getting into the condition claimer ranks, right? And really, the paper is not that much different between those two. The times might be a little bit different because one's racing at Flamborough, the other one's been racing here as of late. But again, I don't know if you like the 3, you've got to like the 2 just as much because there's a similar angle on those 2 horses, and one's even money and one's 10 to 1. If I'm hitting the all button, I better land on a long shot in the win position, and that's what I did here.
One thing I noticed, tonight, the scratches that come in late, a few vet scratch sick. So there is some sickness going around with the horses in Ontario. Maybe that was the reasoning for number 3, Bright Side Dazzler, fading from a pocket ride last time out home in 31 flat. Continuing to take serious action here, 3-2, number 3, Bright Side Dazzler. Another one maybe to consider, the 6, Snacky. I mentioned I've been getting out for the qualifiers. I love getting up early to ref some hockey, and it allows me to get over here for the qualifiers Thursday mornings. They begin at 10 o'clock, and been getting some clips lately and firing them up on the Twitter. Snacky, gate to wire, and back half in a minute and a fifth. So this horse appears to be good to go.
Yeah, and I was actually hoping you'd kind of give us the lowdown on that qualifier because his last victory came in a condition claimer right here at the raceway.
Mm-hmm.
So it's one of those ones where he took on tougher through much of the summer months of racing, and then obviously he had some time off. He comes back with that winning qualifier, and like you said, the line looks good to go.
Yep.
Visually, it looked like he was pretty strong. He looks really good on the track right now. And for me, yeah, sorry, go ahead.
It's just like you say, he was very strong throughout. They couldn't get close. He went along unchallenged, won under wraps.
Absolutely, yeah, and he looks really strong out there right now as well. Like I love just kind of his body language, a little stumble there, goofing around. But
the body language right now, I'm loving this horse. The more we're talking about him, I'm loving him even more.
It looks like he's happy to be back at the racetrack, to be perfectly honest. Yeah. And a lot of these horses are like that after they've had some time away. 9-2. 5-1 now. Listen, you're much better off, in my opinion, taking a shot at one like him than betting one of the favorites in here.
That's a nice price right now in 6, Snacky. As you mentioned, looks like he's having fun out there. For me, his body language is spectacular, coming in off the layoff. Number 1, bet on it, a rail advantage. And second start back off a brief rest. Has had a 5th best finish over London. A rail to work with. Nose back on gate here.
Yeah, last time Trailing Post got lost in the mix, took a lot of support in that effort.
I think just has every right to be better tonight, right? The only thing I don't like is 2-1, but rail control now. Garrett Rooney, he puts them in the right position, and I think we're going to see a lot more from him tonight. But again, we got a couple horses here taking a lot of support that I'd be shying away from. If they win, I tip my cap and say, oh well, we turn the page.
Late action coming in on 6, Snacky, 3-1.
Yeah, I don't mind it at all. We're getting at the threshold of price you want to have. Probably a good sign, though, right? That late money, as Brad A's probably thinking right now, late money is usually a good thing.
I like it. Gates moving. Race 2, London. Here we go. In behind, bet on it. Inked in pink, Bright Side Dazzler, Crazily, Maximus BG, Snacky, trailing out. Sand Walker still offering a 9-1 price. 8th of a mile out. Race 2, Pacers, pick up speed. Here they come. Opening leg of an early pick 4 in London starts right now. They're off, and just like that, Snacky, killer crossover time in the early going, possibly. They're stacked up 3 high as they go through the opening turn. Bright Side Dazzler came out on top. Snacky's going to work to try to grab control as they straighten for the backside run. Snacky released here at 6-1 is going forward. Bright Side Dazzler took more late action, went odds on at 4-5, and he's going to retake at the quarter mile, 28-1. Bright Side Dazzler back on top. Snacky in for a 2-hole ride, traveling third. Inked in pink, a midfield 4th. Going through turn number 2, that is Maximus BG, a peek to the outside, and 5th. Went bet on it. That forces the hand of Maximus BG to travel first up. Now next to last is Crazily on the return, and the trailer switching out Sand Walker. It's going to be 4 in. It's going to be 3 out at the halftime station, 59-1. Nice breather of 31 flat for the leader, and it was tippy-tap reminders for Bright Side Dazzler to go on in here, and he quickly puts 3 lengths on Snacky. Now it's 4. Straightening for the backside run, second and final time. Bright Side Dazzler stretching it out here. The lead is now 5 open lengths to Snocky in second. 3-1 on the outside. Bet on it, trying for that show spot. 4 wide from the back of the bus. Travel Sandwalker, 3/4 over there in 128 and 4, and still loose. Up front, Bright Side Dazzler moving into second, was Bet on it. Snocky sticking around, saving ground, looking for some room. Crazily, Ray's got a ton of horse, nowhere to go into the stretch. Bright Side Dazzler leading. Bright Side Dazzler here at 4-5, pretty much all the way for Sori. Bet on it was second. In the pink, Inked in Pink was third, 159 and 4. Number 3, Bright Side Dazzler showing up with the A game to win easily here tonight. 3-1, 2, and 4. Top 4 unofficial. Back to Victory Lane returns number 3, Bright Side Dazzler here, 3-year-old son of I'm going to call it Mikarakis from Sharona's Dignity by Cam's Dignity. This one owned by Kim Mibacher of Quebec, Rafi Barassa of Fergus, Ontario, Rafi Training. Austin Sori was on for this victory pretty much all the way for Bright Side Dazzler. 5th career win. It's 5 on the season. Tonight it's a trip in 159 and 4. Bright Side Dazzler at 4-5. Congratulations. Going official here in race number 2. Going official with a 3, 1, 2, and 4. So $360 to win for Bright Side Dazzler. Exactor $870. Dollar Try $10.85. Super for $1. $43.85, and the early double, a pair of 3s for $4 even. Third race up and coming, back on the trot for it. Exactor Try Super. It's the early pick 3 opportunity next. Comes your way in 9 minutes. Second race, official rundown. Bet on it was second. Inked in Pink third. Brightside Dazzler, the race winner. Crazily finished fourth. Maximus BG 7, Snocky 6. The 7 was scratched San Walker, finishing fifth. Top down 2, 3, 1, 4, 7, 6. Scratch 5. As mentioned, back on the trot for race number 3 of 10. 8 trotters, no changes. Exactor Try Super and a pick 3 play, starting up in about 6 minutes. Live money update. Couple of favorites taking the first couple of races from a $26,000 plus pick 5 pool. $7,977 still in play. The pick 4 pool containing just shy of $9,000. Little less than half the pool still in play following the victory by Brightside Dazzler. It's $4,073 still live and in play. Shout out to our guest cappers, Rob Reed Jr., Lou Sorella, Nathan Bain, Ghislaine Paquette, myself. We're all going to select number 3, Power and Grace, as the top player in this third race for the Exactor. Myself, Lou, and Ghislaine like the chances for number 7, Impressive Dude, coming in from Flamborough. Robert went to the 2, Stonebridge Zeus. Nathan to the 5, Playful Elegance. Heavy fave status, number 3, Power and Grace, leaving double digits on the remainder of the field here. 4 minutes. And we've got our Survivor Tuesday up and rolling again tonight. Thank you all for supporting Survivor Tuesday. Those of you with HBI bet accounts, it's always free for you to play. Each and every Tuesday, a chance to win a $100 deposit to your HBI account. It's available online only, and again, it's for HBI bet account holders. Survivor Tuesdays weekly at the Raceway. Got the Raceway Lounge on the second level. Fall and winter simulcast hours are Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, 5 to 10:30. Thursday, Friday, Saturday, 11:30 to 11 p.m. And Sunday is now 11:30 until 10:30 at night. Visit the Raceway Lounge. Beautiful space for taking in the simulcast action. Third race trotters on parade here in London, being led by the one Dusty Lane Thunder. It's owned by John Bell, trained by Dean Pearson. Johnny Hahn in the sulky. Here's number 2, Stonebridge Zeus. Scott Ray pilots for Brian Lawrence, along with Smirk Inc. Brian does the training. Scott Ray on 2. Power and Grace. Adipose 3, the big-time class relief here for Hartel Maintenance Inc., Lorma McClure, Brett McDonald, and Reg Higgs. Ron McDonald trains. Austin Sori catch driving tonight. Number 4, Astrid Duhara. This one for Letitia Guriel. It's Denny Guriel training. Jay Harris on board. Dennis Duford owning. Ashley Duford trains the 5, Playful Elegance. Tyler Borth up on 5 tonight. Number 6, it'll be Dirt for Saltwater Stable, trained by Paul Meggins. Paul McKenzie in the bike. Outside chance for 7, Impressive Dude, shipping in from Flamborough for Louis Philippois, Michel Attard, John Allaire, Eric Nadeau trains, Jason Ryan in the sulky. And a trailing spot for 8, Royal Leaf. This one owned, trained, and driven by George Catros. There you have it. 8 trotters. Third race. Exactor, Try, Super, and a pick 3 play. Starting up here. Heavy fave status still on number 3, Power and Grace 1 to 5. There is a number 3, Power and Grace. Power and Grace, track record holder for trotting mares. Could be much the best today. She's looking like it in the early going as far as the tote board suggests. Robert Reed Jr. We both talked about it earlier on this evening. This is likely the easiest spot this mare has seen in a very long time.
Oh, it certainly is. I mean, she's been racing against preferred types at Flamborough Downs and even in her latest races here at the Raceway back in May. They all came in the preferred, and she had a bit of seconditis, but it was against some good rivals, right? Bucktober, Cena Magician, Bucktober. I mean, I think that this is a spot that she should be able to get her confidence back in, but. Again, we're saying that, like I said earlier, about a horse that's 9 for 34 on the season, right? So it's not like she hasn't been winning. Right. She's been getting the job done, and I think this will likely just be the springboard for her to likely string some victories back together.
Heart-building win may be coming up here for Power and Grace, the daughter of Holiday Road. 8 years now. She was a $100,000 plus winner last season. It appears she's on her way to go over $100,000 again this season. A 54-time winner. So the horse players are on her heavy, 1 to 9 currently, and I don't see that changing up to too much as we go on here. Second choice for you, Robert, will be the 2, Stonebridge Zeus, 10 to 1. Fourth choice in wagering thus far, Scott Ray, a local driver here. You know what? Has a big fan base. They'd love to see him get a big piece of this. Stonebridge Zeus. And a bit of time off there before his October 29th start. But this is a much better spot and a much better post to work with.
Yeah, it is, and third start, back after missing a bit of time anyways, right? Back on that ever important regular rotation, better post position to work from, and in a race where I kind of felt like a lot of horses were kind of stepping up in competition, I think he's kind of, leveling off against rivals, other than, of course, Power and Grace, who is getting down to a much softer spot. So I just was looking for a better trip tonight, hopefully not getting away sixth or seventh off the gate, more so, second or third, or at worst fourth, and just kind of sit and wait and get a big as piece if you can. behind that heavy favorite right now, who's 1-5.
Alrighty, wonderful check getter in here as the 5 of Playful Elegance. The big mare goes out for the Dufords tonight. Tyler Borth, catch driving, definitely one to consider.
Yeah, and their pal Sammy Uprichard actually messaged me saying this is his best bet of the night here.
Okay.
Playful Elegance with Tyler Borth, and he just said, I think it's the Tyler Borth factor, right, with this one. And Tyler's had success on this horse before.
Sure.
Last time out was just a 4th place finish at Grand River and against softer company than this. But he has guided this horse to the winner's circle
several times in the past. So I'm thinking that, in with a chance for me, but I thought we might see a little too much play in her direction with Tyler aboard.
Mm-hmm.
Right now, quasi second choice in the race for me, bottom end of the exotics. But again, I think that maybe getting over bet with Tyler in the bike.
Alrighty, so we are getting set. Just like that, starter was calling them in for race number 3. It's the Trotters. Heavy fave status here for number 3, Power and Grace. 54-time winner coming in and zeroing in on $500,000 in career earnings. 8-year-old daughter of Holiday Road. Heavy action continuing here with Austin Sorey trying for back-to-back driving wins this evening. They're an 1/8 of a mile from the start. Third race, Trotters pick up speed. Here they come. And away they go. First to show, no doubt about it. Power and Grace chased up in the early going to go out and grab control. Dirt with some early speed for Mackenzie in search of that 2-hole ride. It appears he's going to find it. Dirt crossed on over here at 35-1 to sit second. Dusty Lane Thunder got away in third. 4th best for Stonebridge Zeus. Then traveling in 5th is Royal Leaf. Away in 6th, Impressive Dude. Astre Tuhara with 1 beaten in the early going. Playful Elegance trails the field through an opening quarter of 29-1. Power and Grace at 1-9 has to be large and in charge here midway through turn number 2. Second best, Dirt, is going to work out a great trip there at a big number. Staying in there, 3rd, Dusty Lane Thunder out and rolling. Stonebridge Zeus now put in play by Ray. That's going to be cover for Impressive Dude. Making a move off the back end. Staying in was Royal Leaf. Back markers paired up there were Playful Elegance and Astre Tuhara. The half just a minute and 3/5. Big time breather of 31-2 for this leading lady. Power and Grace just like that on top by 3. And she'll try for more as they straighten down the backside. Final time, Power and Grace indeed large and in charge. Dirt is holding down the pocket. There go the plugs on Stonebridge Zeus. Fired up air out of 3rd. 4th and in, Dusty Lane Thunder is holding against Impressive Dude. 3/4, 129-1. 28 and change through the 3rd. Power and Grace continuing to go forward here with an 1/8 left to go. Stonebridge Zeus fighting on against Dirt and off the back end. Impressive Dude through the stretch and to the mile. You're looking at Power and Grace. You're looking at Austin Sorey going back to back, and here she is, Power and Grace. 55 career wins to her credit. Second best was a Stonebridge Zeus. Impressive Dude finishing 3rd, 159 flat. Power and Grace downtown in London. No doubt about it. Number 3, Power and Grace on top over 2-7-6. 3-2-7-6. Top 4 unofficial. back-to-back winners for driver Austin Sorey. Here he is, a catch driving Power and Grace to her 55th career victory. This 8-year-old daughter of Holiday Road for the Muscle Mass Mare, Mark of Honor. By Hartel Maintenance Inc., along with Lormer McClure, Brett McDonald, Reg Higgs, Ron McDonald training Austin Sorey on for the winning drive. 159 flat. Power and Grace romping here in the third. Congratulations. Going official here in the third. 210 across the board for Power and Grace. Exactor, $540 try, 915 super for $140, 3 even, 20 center, 860. Fourth race up next. Back on the pace. Back to a little more wide open action coming up in the fourth. Exactor, try, super, and a daily double. 8 pacers go postward in about 12 minutes. Third race official rundown. Dusty Lane Thunder 7th. Stonebridge Zeus was 2nd. Power and Grace was the winner. Astre Duhara was 6th. Playful Elegance 5th. Dirt was 4th. Impressive Dude 3rd. Royal Leaf finishing 8th. Power and Grace just jogging for her 55th career victory as she nears the $500,000 mark in career earnings. So congratulations to the Connections. Top down, a 7-2-1, 6-5, 4, 3, and 8. Fourth race, up and coming. 9 minutes away. Pacers, a little more wide open than what we've seen thus far in the early going in London. Exactor tries Super a daily double in the fourth race, 9 minutes out.
Break the routine. Start today at OntarioRacing.com.
Thoroughbred Association is working with you to ensure a vibrant horse racing community. Shared stories call for a united voice. That's COSA, representing the interests of horse people racing at Ontario racetracks. So whether you're first, last, or somewhere in between, we've got your back. With insurance, benefits, free lifetime memberships, and more. COSA. Follow our stories on social and check out the process at cosaonline.com.
Here we go. The starters on track for race number 4 of 10. We're back on the pace for it. Fillies and Mares non-winners, 17.5 lifetime. Number 1, Bappa's Last Call for owner, trainer, driver Braden Reibeling. I Loved Her First, as opposed to Tyler Borth for Wendy Warren Timpano, along with Sea Spray Stables Limited, Mike Timpano trains. Jamie Doig owning and training number 3, Lady Speaker, Andy Moore. Here's 4, Fran's sports writer Sam Fillion catch driving tonight for Michelle McMullen, along with Audrey Crawford, Ken Gowan trains. Steve Bestard owning, Catherine Cochran training number 5, Sweet Cheese Us. Garrett Rooney in the sulky. And number 6, Greystone Cheeto. This one for Sam Taylor and Lauren House. Lauren trains and drives. 7 outside, Razzle Dazzle Roxy. Natasha Day for owner-trainer Robert Rundle. And a trailing spot for 8, Southwind Stratus, owned by Murray Graham MacDonald, Rachel Andrew conditioned, and Austin Sorey driven. 8, Pacing, Fillies and Mares for the 4th race, Exactor, Try, Super, and a daily double. Alrighty, here we are, race number 4. We are looking at the 5, Sweet Cheese Us. Her sharp gate speed makes her a huge threat for the gate-to-wire repeat, Robert. And you know what? I got looking at the lines. I got looking at her race win record this season, and I said to myself, maybe she's just a one-trick pony. I went back to her track it numbers. This mare, she has never lost a race when she's been on top at 3/4. Though that being said, when she's not been on the lead at 3/4, she has never won. So, one-trick pony?
I mean, she might be. I mean, I know some of her victories on the engine have just been devastating, right? Especially at Dresden. She did win, from off the pace there once, but she, like you said, she got to the lead before the 3/4 pole and opened up a wide margin. Interesting horse in the fact that you said so dominant on the engine, not so much when she doesn't get that spot. Not sure that they'll be able to hold her off the lead tonight.
Right.
From post 5, not the worst spot for her to lead from. She did have the pole position last time, but probably easier for horses to kind of crash down on top of them with her kind of gate speed. Not a tremendous amount of early foot to her left. So,
right.
7-2 is not a bad number. I didn't put her on top tonight, but I'm starting to kind of think that may be the direction to go in if the prices hold at where they are right now. I'm
liking the price. And like you said, I look to her left in the program as well. There's not a whole lot of gate speed at all. I mean, the 2 horse who's taking that 2-5 action actually does show a break here in London in the spring when leaving from post 3, and it's had a couple of rails over London dating back to the spring and on Halloween, and not a quick getaway at all for I Loved Her First. So we're not sure of the gate speed there for the Mike Timpano trainee, though does keep Tyler Borth on board, the heavy favorite. But like you, I'm liking that price at 3-1 right now for 5, Sweet Jesus. I could see her crossing over and making the lead. She's never lost when on top.
Yeah, well, I mean, again, it makes sense right at that price, and yeah, I Loved Her First. Again, I put her on top. The thing with the 2 I Loved Her First, though, is that, like you said, we don't see a lot of that gate speed there. I think she does have enough tactical speed to push out of there, but she probably races better off a helmet, and she was dynamite last time. She went that trip when racing off time. Couldn't have been a more dominant winner. But the price last time was 8-5. This time you got to swallow 2-5. So that's really difficult to do, right? So I'm not so sure. It's tough to accept that number. I mean, in multi-legs is one thing, but betting her flat, it isn't something that I'd really advise. And I guess we'll have to see. I guess the only thing about Sweet Jesus is the fact that when she does leave, it's from the inside. Now that I look at her past performance lines, and well, there's not a lot of gate speed. I mean, post 5 is a little bit further out than where she's made the lead her last couple of times she's been on the engine.
Right on, Sweet Jesus. Well, it's post 5, but I keep looking to her left there, and there's not a whole lot. Fran Sports Writer now. If here she is right now, Fran Sports Writer. We looked at her last time out, and you mentioned, and I was seeing it too, a little bit worked up and hot in the early going. Looking much better. The on-track presence is much better here tonight.
It is, yeah. She's a little bit warm still, but I would say better than last time, and the all-important start under her belt, right? That she hadn't raced in a while. She took support really at 12-1. I mean, for a horse that hadn't raced in some time, she got bet down to 12-1. She'd been racing against male competition in many of her starts in Sarnia. I thought just for a bombs away play here in the multi, she might be worth a look, and I certainly wouldn't leave her out of the exotics at 22-1. We've seen her do good things here in London, and this feels not out of her reach if she can come back to that form.
One that the players aren't really all over, 7-2 on number 8 Southwind Stratus. The 2-year-old filly has been in the hunt almost every start here. She has been in the hunt every start in London. Austin Sorry already with a pair of winners. Great shot at a triple right here.
Yeah, and one that my dad loves, too. I just didn't like her because she's too old against older horses, but if she can work out the right trip, she can be right there with them.
Shout out to Rob's dad here tonight from the Eye in the London Sky. Hope you're enjoying your time with us. We've got fillies and mares on the pace. Race number 4 of 10. Top of the stretch. Pacers are picking up speed. Here they come. And there they go, Sweet Jesus, marching off the car for Rooney. He's going to cross right on over and grab control. She's on the lead where she absolutely loves to be. Sweet Jesus, open road in front of her and already on top by 5 expanding lengths. Lady Speaker is battling on for a 2-hole ride. She's a little bumpy gated on the outside, but she's going to claim second as they stride up to the quarter mile. Bapa's Last Call away in third, fourth best away for the 2-year-old Southwind Stratus. Tight lines traveling in fifth. As they go into the second turn is Fran Sports Writer. Third to last, I Loved Her First. Back markers are Greystone Cheeto. Razzle, Dazzle, Roxy would have to circle them. 28-3, quick opening quarter mile speed. The green shadow roll of Sweet Jesus is in front though. Rushing and brushing the 2-year-old Southwind Stratus. Looking this leader in the eye and trying to go by. It's not going to happen just yet. 59-3 halftime, 31 flat. Backed up breather there in the second. Sweet Jesus drove on enough to open up the pocket for Southwind Stratus, who's now on the pylons. Out there in third will be Fran Sports Rider. Fourth and in for Lady Speaker. A toe up in fifth now for I Loved Her First. The even money favorite is now in play, though she still is 4.5 lengths off the lead. Then along the inside, Bapa's Last Call, Greystone Cheeto, way back to Razzle Dazzle Roxy. 129 flat. 29-2 through the third. Chased up on the final turn. That is Sweet Jesus, still the one. Southwind Stratus back out for more. And 3 deep on the outside for the closer. I Loved Her First. 3 across. Heads apart. Driving home. Southwind Stratus. Though here comes I Loved Her First on the grandstand side. One final push. She got there. I Loved Her First for Borth on top. Winning over Southwind Stratus. Then Lady Speaker at 50-1, up for third over Sweet Jesus, 159-2. Number 2, I Loved Her First with the closing speed up in time, up in the final strides there for Borth, winning over 8 Southwind Stratus. Number 3, Lady Speaker at the big number, finishing third over 5, Sweet Cheese Us. 2, 8, 3, and 5. It's unofficial. Tyler Morris' second trip to victory lane tonight comes aboard I Loved Her First, 3-year-old Black Filly by Bettor's Delight from the Major in Art mare, Black Widow Baby. Owned by Wendy Warren Timpano along with C. Spray Stables Limited of BC. Mike Timpano training. Again, Tyler Borth on for this first. Fourth race, official. I Loved Her First. Winning, paying $4 on a win ticket. Exactor $8.90, dollar try $41.50, super for $1. $114.90. The 20 center coming back at $22.98. Early high five opportunity up next. Exactor try the super high five in 8 minutes time. No changes. Got the rundown here for the fourth race. Papa's last call. 6, I Loved Her First, the race winner. Lady Speaker, third. Fran Sports Rider finished fifth. Sweet Cheese Us, fourth. Greystone Cheeto, 8. Razzle Dazzle Roxy, 7. Southwind Stratus, second best. I Loved Her First gets Tollerworth home with a driving double early in the card. Top down. 6, 1, 3, 5, 4, 8, 7, and 2. As mentioned, no changes for the upcoming fifth race. Early super high five opportunity. Non-jackpot, of course, 4 minutes out. Here we go. Starters on parade. Race number 5. It's the early super high five opportunity. Raceway always featuring non-jackpot wagers. You're looking at 1. Spree's Shadow. This one for Robin Cassidy along with John Marshall. John does the training. Andy Moore's in the sulky. Number 2, Southfield Star. Nick Stewart drives for Colin Densley Burrows. Nick does the training. Number 3, Big E Off, Mike Horner. Training and driving for Mark Horner and Doug Wilson. Wine Delight, post 4, Natasha Day. Training and driving for Doug Millard. Then the 5, Come See, Come Saw. Travis Henry on board for Heather Pickett and Chris Jewett with Heather training. Number 6, I'm a Karen. Back from Woodbine Mohawk Park with Tyler Borth staying on for Saltwater Stable, the trainer Paul Meggins. 7 outside, Queen of the Deck for Kim and Brad McNiven, along with Tom Broadhurst and Doug Haywood. Scott McNiven trains again. Lauren House for the 7, Queen of the Deck. Treading spot for the 8, Staying Fresh. Comes in off the layoff for owner-trainer Richard Griffiths. Garrett Rooney on the 8, Staying Fresh, a winning qualifier here on November 2nd. Those are your starters, 8 pacers for the non-jackpot high five here in the 5th. Already in this 5th race, we are looking at a heavy favorite here in number 6, I'm a Karen. Looks ready to break her maiden. Her London miles are the quickest on the page. That's what's jumping off for us here in I'm a Karen. The horse players are on to that too. And you know what? She was doing it well here in the Autumn Series, Robert. Nice 3rd place finish in the final behind Southwind Stratus and Greystone Cheeto. And I'm a Karen, for sure, a player here to possibly top this super high five. Okay, just a tech glitch there with the feed for Robert Reed Jr. Again, Robert joined us remotely on the Tuesday evenings for the broadcast commentary, ticket ideas, and selections. A good look here at number 6, I'm a Karen, the daughter of Better Than Cheddar. Out for the 6th career start, and the body language looks all right to me on parade here. The horse players are going to stay on her. 2 to 5, as mentioned. Her miles over London are a second or two quicker than the rest, and for that, I'm a Karen, definitely the one to beat here. Totterborth stays on for the connections. Tried the big track last time out, Robert, and didn't fare too bad. You know, she passed a couple of horses late going. She made up some ground through the final half, back half 56 flat.
Yeah, no, it wasn't a bad effort at all things considered, right? I mean, you're in against obviously a much tougher 10-hole to boot, the dreaded 10-hole at Mohawk Park. And, you know, she ended up, you know, you said coming a big back half. And to me, it's getting back in with horses that she should be, you know, more than competitive against. And that's why she's 2 to 5, right? I like both efforts in the Autumn Series here. And I think she faces significantly easier rivals. I mean, Southwind Stratus just turned in a pretty solid effort again in the previous race. And she was only just over 4 lengths back of that one. And no one resembling, you know, her in this group. So, no surprise, she's 2 to 5. Second start, Tyler Borth, and I think we'll get to see them do a little more together in the early going than they did last time at Mohawk Park.
I'm looking at her here, Robert. You know what? She's not a very big filly. Tyler Borth on board this. I'm a Karen. And now, when you mentioned 10-hole at Woodbine, I'm picturing her, and she would have looked dwarfed likely to her competition in there going in behind the gate.
Yeah, and also, I mean, she's 20 lengths back at the quarter pole, right? So
Right.
the gate probably just and her rivals just kind of left without her at the start, and then she's got that that insurmountable hill to climb. But
Mhm.
what I love too, like I look for in qualifiers, those consecutive faster quarters, and really when you get beat by that kind of a margin and against better, it's what she's essentially doing, right? She's staying tight. She was 75-1 in there, kind of see what they can get there, but when you get the 10 hole, it's kind of an impossible spot, especially for the horse making their first start at the big track. But consecutive faster quarters and that back half of 56 flat makes me think she's good to go tonight.
Right on. This is Amakaran, heavy action 2 to 5. Getting a look at Natasha Day here then with number 4, Wine Delight. Was making a move through the final half last time out, then absolutely blocked up around 3/4. Caught in the blind switch is what they say. And you know what? Any kind of open road, a little more open road, and she probably would have been better than 4th in her latest.
I think she would have been right there. Yeah, she was second over, kind of in a great spot, and then everyone started looping from the backfield, and that kind of turns a dream trip into a nightmare, right? And she did kind of angle for clearance late, but the race was over at that point. She got beat by just over a length. We were waiting on this one after, if you remember, Sugar, we both liked this one in her scheduled lifetime debut. She then missed some time, so she probably needed that start. And I thought, you know what, next time she comes out on the track, I'm going to be all over her. The problem is she hooks one like I'm a Karen that I just couldn't look past in the win position. So Wine Delight, 1 year, her junior, is going to be my main player underneath. If she wins, I mean, it'll be a Robert Off angle because I honestly thought when she came out next, she'd be my best bet.
Sure thing. Wine Delight right now, second choice, 5 to 1 currently. Number 3, Biggie Off. Big number here, 19 to 1. It's the second start back off the layoff. Bit of an angle there, maybe a try. Superfecta offering here for Horner.
Yeah, got unlucky last time too, right? Was stuck behind Sea Storm, 2-hole trip, kind of got shuffled back,
Yep.
no chance, no way you can kind of stop and start after that happens. Look sharp in the track too. 17 to 1's a big price on Biggie Off.
Right on. Here we go. Gates moving. It's the early high five opportunity. There is still time. You would have to hurry though. We've got Spree Shadow on the inside, then Southfield Star, Biggie Off, Wine Delights in the center. Come see, come saw, I'm a Karen, Queen of the Deck, staying fresh from the trailing spot. Top of the stretch, one that did catch my eye on parade was the 5, Come See, Come Saw, at 11 to 1. We'll see. Here they come. And off stride, just like that, the 5, Come See, Come Saw. I shouldn't have said a word. Here they come, and there they go. Biggie Off, quickly to the top for Horner. Open road in front of her tonight for this daughter of All Bets Off, if she can make front. Coming through along the inside, though, Southfield Star with a little bit of hardball action. Through the opening turn and coming on to cut it. Southfield Star for Nick Stewart. Depositing Biggie Off in for another pocket ride. Traveling into third. That was Amakaran. Amakaran with some early speed tonight. And out of 4th, that is Wine Delight under tight Nat Day lines. Out and rolling 5th travels a Spree Shadow. That's going to force the hand of Amakaran to travel first up. She's rushing from 3rd, 2nd, and likely looping this leader. I'm a Karen, fired up here prior to the half mile, and at 1 to 9, of course, assumes command. I'm a Karen down in front of us. Her lead is 2 full lengths to Southfield Star. Now 2nd, Biggie Off is 3rd. The uncovered Wine Delight now underway for Day. Following up on that move is Spree Shadow. And then it's back to Staying Fresh along the inside. Queen of the Deck. And one more, I believe, made its way back to the paddock. That was Come See, Come Saw. Back to the paddock. Half-timed up a minute 4/5. Loose up front. Amakaran still coming on the outside and taking second now. Wine Delight. Wine Delight at 7 to 1, trying to get close to that heavy favorite on by 3/4. 131 flat. Amakaran still on top by 2, chased up in second. Wine Delight on to take third. Spree Shadow and gaining from 4th, Staying Fresh. 1/8 of a mile left to go. Still Amakaran, still Wine Delight fanning 4 across for the drive home, and they can't get close to Amakaran just yet. Karen's going to break the maiden here in London. Tollerbor's in for 3. Wine Delight second, Spree Shadow third, Staying Fresh rounding out a superfecta 2-0-1-1 maiden mark. Karen. Number 6, Karen on top over 4, Wine Delight, then 1, Spree Shadow, and 8, Staying Fresh. 7, Queen of the Deck, rounding out the high 5 play. 6, 4, 1, 8, and 7. It's your top 5 unofficial, and we've been informed there will be a late driver change coming up later on for race number 7. Driver to be announced for the 5, Red Trans Am in race number 7. So again, driver TBA, race 7, number 5, Red Trans Am. Tyler Borth in his 3rd trip to the victory lane spot tonight aboard Karen this time. 3-year-old brown filly by Better Than Cheddar for the Jate Lobel mare Modern Legacy. Bred by Stacy Newman and Paul Meggins. Paul, the winning trainer, owned by Saltwater Stable. Tyler Borth, driving for the triple. Karen breaks the maiden 2-0-1-1. Congratulations. Ladies and gentlemen, there's going to be a judge's inquiry here. They are going to review the start of number 5, Come See, Come Saw, for possible broken equipment before the start. Again, a judge's inquiry, possible broken equipment on 5, Come See, Come Saw, before the start. That horse did not finish, pulled up. So judges want to check the start of number 5 for possible broken equipment. Holding all tickets. Ladies and gentlemen, as a result of the judge's inquiry, number 5, Come See, Come Saw, did have the equipment break before the start, did suffer broken equipment prior to the start, thus will be refunded. If you did have the 5 in any of the multi-leg wagers, you're going to get the post-time favorite being that winner. And number 6, Karen. Again, 5, Come See, Come Saw. Broken equipment prior to the start, thus refunded. Got the update halfway point of this Tuesday evening card in London for Survivor Tuesday. We had 93 entries in to go for Survivor Tuesday, and at the halfway point, 35 left in play. Again, 93 Survivor Tuesday contestants entered, and the halfway point, we're at 35 left in play. So again, the refund for number 5, Come See, Come Saw, here in the 5th. Broken equipment before the start, refunded. 210 across the board for 6 on McCarran here. Exactor $5.80, dollar try $13.15, a high 5, 20 center, $41.35. Double payouts onto the winner, $5.20. There was a consolation for $3.50, and then the multi-leg wager payouts. 10 minutes away from the upcoming 6th race. We're back on the trot for race number 6 in Exactor Try Super. The late pick 5 starting up, $5,000 guaranteed pool to chase after. Race 5 official rundown. Spree Shadow finishing 3rd. Southfield Star was 7. Biggie off 6. Wine Delight 2nd. The 5, Come See, Come Saw, was refunded. Did not finish. Pulled up. Was refunded for the broken equipment before the start. On McCarran, the race winner. Queen of the Deck 5th. Staying fresh 4th. Tyler Borth just drove for the driving triple. Top down a 3-7-6. 2, DNF refunded 1, 5, and 4. It's the back half of this Tuesday night program set to begin. Trotters for race 6, no changes there. It's the late pick 5 starting up with an exactor, Try Super, also featured here in 7 minutes. Updating the driver change for race number 7. Race 7, we were waiting on a driver for the 5 red Trans Am. Make it Jay Harris. Jay Harris now listed for 5 red Trans Am in race number 7. 5 minutes away from the upcoming 6 race. Again, this one starting up. A late pick 5. We'll get a look at some ticket ideas here as we near post time. Opening up as a favorite in this 6th race, number 8. O'Key Healy at 7 to 5. Actually, a co-favorite right now with number 4, the Desperado. Alrighty, so as mentioned, we've got a late pick 5 starting up here in race number 6. I'm deep as the ball in this opening leg. I'm going to try the 1, 3, 4, 7, and 8. So they're all pretty much taking action except for the one, TT Conway. This one actually raced pretty good last time out. Was sitting near the back of the bus and closed up to finish 4th on the wide side for Rafi Barassa. He's already in the winner's circle earlier this evening, back in race number 2 with the Brightside Dazzlers. So he'll look to double up in the training win category tonight with TT Conway, a long shot player here. Part of my 5-horse spread in the opening leg of the late pick 5. Race number 7, we're going to try the 4, Bet on Brit. First time starter there for trainer Catherine Cochran. The 5, Red Trans Am. I see they're switching things up to blinkers tonight. Blinkers go on the 5, Red Trans Am. Jay Harris now listed to drive. We'll also include the 6, Rose Run Yolette in race number 7. The 8th race, we're on the 2, Yoda Queen, and 4, Oh Gooda. The 4, Oh Gooda. Strong winner, gate to wire, last time out there for Mike Horner. Over to race number 9, we're going to single up number 4, Drinkin' Buddy. Here's one that's been very strong in his last couple of outings. A winner 2 back and then a miscue, brief miscue in the opening turn last time out, though he still managed the second best finish, 58-3, with a nice back half there to boot. So Drinkin' Buddy is going to be my single for race number 9. And on the end of it, we're going to try the 1, 2, 4, and 5. 4 deep for the Trotters in race number 10 to complete this pick 5 play. So there wasn't a whole lot of big money to be made in the early multi-leg wagers, but I could see the late multi-leg wagers coming back at some decent returns. Robert Reed Jr. singles up 7 Arcanum here in the opening leg of the pick 5. You can tell us about it, Robert?
Yeah, we're not accustomed to those short payouts. Sugar,
right.
The light pick 4, the light pick 5. Nobody over even money so far in the first 5 dashes. All favorites coming home, but I love Arcanum here. I thought he'd be a lower price than he is right now in the 6 to 1. Last time out, got away last off the gates. Never really was able to get in contention, and he was moving best of all on the stretch. I thought he had all kinds of horse, even had to veer a little bit wide, too, from one that drifted out. So I'm all over Arcanum here at 6 to 1. Even if he shortens up to 3 to 1, I'm still on board and happy to have that one singled here in the opening leg of the pick 5. A second leg, 4, 5, and 6 for me. I think the 6 looks like the one to beat, but I also want to have the first-time starter Bet on Brit and the 5, Red Trans Am. Race number 8, the 2, 4, and 7, Yoda Queen.
has been such a dominant force. The problem is she's off time again, right? Almost a month between starts again. Last time she was able to go out there and get it done off a bit of time, but maybe not tonight, right? Oguda was in great form last time, getting back to the winner's circle. And Steel Beauty, still waiting to see her race off a helmet. That's the name of her game. If she gets a trip like that, she'll be tough to hold off. So 2, 4, and 7 for me in race 8. 1, 3, 4, and 8 in race 9. Thought that looks like kind of like a tricky little race there. And the reason being is Drinking Buddy makes mistakes, right? He makes breaks in stride.
He can.
If he stays flat, I think he's a likely winner. But again, I'm not convinced that he's not going to make a mistake out there tonight. The one to beat for me, though, is him. Race number 10, just the 5 and the 6. Muscles of Plenty is one that I'm quite fond of with Tyler Borth jumping aboard, has been off a very long time between starts. Panzano, I thought raced tremendous at Leamington, over the course of their racing season. So excited to see him here at the Raceway. Right kind of trip. I think he gets home with a victory there. So just too deep. I ended up cutting off a couple horses I liked, the 1 and the 2, but I had to because the ticket was getting too expensive.
Right on. I like the thoughts for number 5, Muscles of Plenty there in the finale. She'll go back on the Lasix. The qualifier says she's good to go. Third best finisher there with Tyler Borth on that morning. Tyler opts to stay on here with Muscles of Plenty. Definitely one to consider at a post 5 in race 10 to complete this late pick 5 in London. We're hoping for much better returns for the late multi-leg wagers this evening in London. It's even money currently in number 3, Datelon Midnight, and as Robert mentioned, his top selection, his single here, Arcanum, offering a pretty good price in the early going here at 4-1. It's that tough outside post to overcome. Moments away from a post parade, race 6, the back half of our Tuesday night program set to begin. Starters enter the track for a post parade, race number 6 of 10. It's the back half of this Tuesday night program set to start up. Exactor Tri Super late pick 5 right here. Number 1, TT Conway. It's Travis Henry on board for Bruce Tremblay. Trainers Rafi Barassa. A Gucci Girl, post 2, owned by Mark Cadman, trained by Angie Carroll. Garrett Rooney's in the sulky. Number 3, Datelon Midnight, Dave Lemon and Gordon Yo sharing ownership. Jen Pinkerton trains. Lauren House in the sulky. Here's the 4, The Desperado, off the victory here for Dan and Karen McIntyre. Brent Ballore training. Tyler Borth stays on. Patricia Gibb owning. Joe Shaw trains. Jay Harris driving 5, I Am What I Am. There's a look at 6, Lucky Rascal, Austin Sorey for Aaron Swainson Brickman, Peter Brickman conditions. 7 outside for Arcanum. This one for Ken Weiss along with Christina Anderson, Paul McKenzie, Trains and Drives. And then the trailing post for 8, O'Key Healy, Jack Ray owning and training Scott Ray. In the sulky, the value going up. She opened up as a favorite. She's now a 6-1 value player. Scott Ray on board, 8, O'Key Healy. There you have it, 8 trotters for race 6, Exactor Try Super again, opening leg of our late pick 4. Here we are looking at the 7 Arcanum. Arcanum closed up very strong last time. Should be a player for this late pick 5. And you've already touched on that, Robert. Very strong showing coming through the stretch. And that was even with a little bit of traffic included.
Yeah, it was. I mean, one of those ones where you see a horse kind of rolling wide with all kinds of trot. You know they can't get there, but they might get in for a piece of it. And then Tyler Borcharge actually drifted out pretty wide, and you could see, you know, Paul McKenzie actually kind of looking over around the horse to see if he was going to have clearance, and he even had to kind of go a little bit wider as he was really picking up steam, getting close to the wire. So, like the fact that, you know, gets turned for a score down here. I mean, not much of a, you know, fast score down, but looking pretty good out there right now. And Arcanum's one that doesn't need to blast off the wings of the gate. I mean, I've seen this one race well from off the pace, but does have enough tactical speed to get forwardly placed. And last time, you know, he got down to, you know, we'll call it back down with friends. It was nominators at 1,500 last 3 at Grand River back in August. Absolutely crushed them by nearly 7 lengths. So I think that he's the kind of horse that, you know, he moves up the class ladder, has a tougher time with it, as many do, and then has to get back down to this level to get back to the winner's circle. I love him in this spot. And to be honest, you know, post 7, as much as I typically hate betting, you know, that starting spot, I don't mind it as much with him just because he is a versatile type.
I did like that score down. It was nice and easy. I'm going to call him loose. Nice and loose out there tonight from post 7. Price is staying right at 5-1. Another one to consider here, number 3, Daylon Midnight. This one has taken action since the start here. 6-5 right now. A 3-time winner this season. 2 minutes 4/5. The life best over Clinton.
Yeah, he hasn't seen this kind of action in a while, right? I mean, even when he's kind of gotten down to softer spots, he still provides value on the board. Not one that typically will go off as the favorite. He's getting big time post relief, right? When you look at his typical positions on the page there, and he's been left with a lot of work to do in some efforts. I know that, you know, from my recollection, generally speaking, he does do pretty well when he gets put into play off the switch. That's probably the game plan tonight from post 3, you know, taking support down to 7-5. And I think we'll agree these are kind of his people as well, right? Now, when there's a 1,500 last 3 is where he's likely going to be at his absolute best, and be more than competitive. I just think the price a little too short for my liking right now. I think that you get 9-2 on one like Arcanum, who's kind of, you know, one that kind of gets on the cusp of being a preferred type and then works his way back down. Daylon Midnight hasn't really done that in some time. He's more of one that kind of stays pretty even at this level or just above. You know,
Arcanum, real nice trotter, over $100,000 earned. His life mark came as a 2-year-old. Interesting to see that. I'm just seeing it now, 56-1 as a 2-year-old for Arcanum. Another one to consider, maybe the one, TT Conway, a decent price. Barassa teaming up with Travis Henry. They will not let a rail advantage go to waste.
No, I can't imagine it. And you know, this is just a second start for Rafael Barassa, and he's had an incredible season. When you look at that last one at you know, this effort here, trailing post, got away 7th off the gate, never really in it. This time around, pole position, you can see that starts September 27th at Grand River. He was all alone at the quarter pole in 28-1, off by nearly 3 lengths at 22-1. I thought he might go the distance on that occasion until the Lion King actually ran him down in the final strides, won by 3, but it was a little bit dicey for much of that mile for that heavy favorite. So 10-1 on TT Conway. You convinced me to go in that direction, Sugar. I think you were surprised that the price on this one, and I am too.
Yeah, he was a big number minutes ago. Number 4, the Desperado. You know, You got to credit Tyler Worth on that victory last time out. You know, he just kind of kept him to his task, kept him together, and a nice brush on the end. Final strides to win it.
Did, yeah. It was one of those ones where you're watching thinking, okay, like he's going to try to keep him flat to finish third or fourth. And he was kind of waiting on him, I think, just like thinking that his best path to glory was to just wait, just keep him flat, and then lunge in the stretch. It's exactly what he did, and somehow he got there. I never thought he was going to get there, but he got past dirt in the final strides, but he was steppy a lot of the mile. Looks better on the track tonight, though, so that's a good sign for his backers. If he's ever smooth tonight, look out.
Okay, here's a little something. Oki Ely, post 8, opened up as a heavy favorite, drifted up to 8-1 now, was looking like gangbusters on parade. Following out speed, final thoughts?
She's been really good at Leamington. I just thought this is tougher, but she has been in good order at Leamington.
Here we go. Race 6 trotters in behind to open up our late pick 5. There is still time. You would have to hurry. TT Conway on the inside here at 10-1. And then it's Gucci Girl, Daylon Midnight, The Desperados in the center. I Am What I Am. Lucky Rascal, Arcanum to make it 7 across and trailing up. Oki Healy. Field of Trotters, a 16th out. Here they come. They're off stride at the start. The 5, I Am What I Am, went to the gallop briefly. Leaving in the center, The Desperado to the left. Daylon Midnight to that one's left. TT Conway came on through. TT Conway closed up at 9-2 and will be in control of this one. It's Daylon Midnight to race from second. Trotting from third is Gucci Girl, looking for a room at the inn and finding it there. The Desperado now in fourth, fifth best away for Oki Healy. Left out there into 6 went Lucky Rascal and is going to go forward, and that'll be cover for Arcanum. Arcanum closed up as a 2-1 second choice, out into the flow and on the go this week, and trailing the field was the gate breaker, I Am What I Am. 28-4 the quarter mile speed, courtesy of TT Conway. The lead is a length and a half to Daylon Midnight, sitting second. Quickly now, moving into third, the first up attacker, Lucky Rascal. 3 wide on the outside at the half mile. Arcanum circles up for Paul McKenzie. He could not wait any longer. Sends up Arcanum now to engage with TT Conway following the halftime of 60 seconds flat. And it's 3/8 left to go. And it is go time for Arcanum. Looking this leader in the eye and trying to go by. It's Arcanum and TT Conway going stride for stride up to 3/4. Watching this battle from third, Daylon Midnight out of the backfield travels way up on the outside. Oki Healy. Actually, Oki Healy stayed in. Outside of that one, that was The Desperado and Borth. 129-1, 3/4. They're going to come from everywhere. 3 deep on the outside. Daylon Midnight now in play. Arcanum will try to stay on. TT Conway appears to be spent through the stretch into the mile. Daylon Midnight. House on board for Pinkerton. They get there. Arcanum with the gutsy trip for second. The Desperado on to take third. Then it was Gucci Girl, 2 minutes, 3/5. Solid play there into our late pick 5 in London, 18,005. Into a late pick 5 pool, 5-2. Third choice, number 3, Daylon Midnight, starting it up. Number 3, Daylon Midnight, on top here for House. Second best was the 7, Arcanum. Finishing third, number 4, The Desperado. And number 2, Gucci Girl, rounds out the superfecta here at 50-1. 3, 7, 4, 2, unofficial. Here's Daylon Midnight coming back, a 5-year-old, a son of royalty for life, from the Super Pleasure mare, Daylon Marvel. Owned and bred by Dave Lemon of London, sharing ownership with Gordon Yeo, trained by Jen Pinkerton, Lauren House on for this victory. And that mile of 2 minutes, 3/5 becomes a new race win record for Daylon Midnight. House for Pinkerton. Congratulations. Going official here on race number 6. Daylon Midnight 720, Exactor 3020, Dollar Try 6215. I believe that's the 3 favorites combining for the try. Dollar ticket 6215. Super for a buck 362.30. 20 center. It's worth 72.46. 7 minutes to post time. The upcoming 7th race. Shoeing change for the 1. 50 Shades of Gold, steel to aluminum all around. Number 5, Red Trans Am, switching to blinkers, make the driver Jay Harris. Scratch number 7, DA True Love, the 9 will not be starting. 7, Pacers, opening up a late pick 4, 6 minutes to think about it. Race number 6, the official rundown. TT Conway was 6, Gucci Girl 4th, Daylon Midnight a race winner, The Desperado 3rd, I Am What I Am finishing 7th, Lucky Rascal 8, Arcanum was 2nd, Oki Healy finishing 5th. From the top was 6, 4, 1, 3, 7, 8, 2, and 5. As mentioned, we've got a late pick 4 starting up in race number 7, Exactor Try. Superfecta also featured 3 minutes out. The pick 4 ticket ideas are coming up. Stick around.
Daylon Midnight getting the job done in race number 6 to kick off that late pick 5. I was all over Arcanum, and I can't be upset with that ever. I thought he raced fantastic. Tried to leave out of there, ended up having to make a brush 3 wide from the backfield, and was a rock solid second. Sugar. Hey, it's just the way it goes sometimes, right? With that 07, try to leave, and it's just not going to work. You got to take back to the back of the bus.
I thought, Paul McKenzie had something going there when he made the 3 wide push at the half. I thought, gee, if he can clear here around the 5/8 and go on. But you know what? He parked quite a bit of that mile, but take nothing away from him. That effort was spectacular from the outside. It's a tough post to overcome in London. Both post 7 and post 8, very tough to overcome here.
Yeah, you need that killer crossover.
Yeah.
Thought we might see it, and then all of a sudden they all left, and I said, okay, well, hopefully plan B will work here.
Indeed. 7th race up and coming. We've got a late pick 4 starting up, and I was going to be on the 4, going to be on the 6, and it was back and forth, and then the program changes come out where I saw they put the blinkers on number 5, Red Trans Am. Now, she was winning quite easily there a couple of starts back. For a first-time starter, she made a big push up near 3/4, and she fought on and was able to get there at first asking. Her back half 59-4, and then something was amiss last time out. So the blinkers go on, maybe to get her focused up a little more, and then Jay Harris hops on board. I really like this 5, Red Trans Am now, and so too does the betting public now, but 2-1 with her. So it's 4, 5, and 6 for me to start things up. Race number 8, we'll try the 2, Yoda Queen, and the 4, Oguda, who I know you were on last time out. That race was spectacular. She made that big gate push off the car in the early going and would not face a challenger throughout. She was really good. I could see her coming right back. 9th race, number 4, Drinkin' Buddy. I'm all in on this horse. Just has to mind the manners. He did make a brief miscue opening turn last time out. Still managed a decent second. The win before that. And likely would have been winning 3 back. He was making a big wide push over to 3/4, made a break, and took every chance away. This horse is sharp right now. He just has to keep on pacing. Number 4, Drinkin' Buddy. My single in the 9th. I'm going to go 4 deep on the end of it with a 1, 2, 4, and 5. And I like what you mentioned about the 6 Penzano when you were talking up the pick 5 ticket ideas. So maybe thoughts of adding that 6 Penzano to the end of this late pick 4 in London. Your best late pick 4 ticket idea. Go to it, Robert.
Yeah, no singles for me. 4, 5, and 6 here in the opener. We're on the same page there. Almost on the same page in race number 8. I love, obviously, Yoda Queen's recent efforts, but a little bit leery of her chances tonight racing off time again. On Oguda, for sure, the 4. And Steel Beauty, if she races off a helmet, I think she'll be tough to hold off. Post 7, she'll likely get that type of trip tonight. 1, 3, 4, and 8 for me in race 9. I'm probably holding the brakes against Drinking Buddy too much. You're right. He probably has 4 in a row without miscues, right? So if he stays flat, he's likely going to make his way to the winner's circle again. But I've added in the 1, 3, and the 8s in there. I know that Brad A is saying that Tyler Borth might try the killer crossover to the 7 Old Truck.
Saw that.
He's not on my ticket though. So I'm hoping that if it does happen, we can get one of those other ones to get past him. In race number 10, you said Muscle Plenty with Tyler Borth, back in the Lasix program is one that I'm fond of. But Panzano is a horse that's kind of been a gritty type at Leamington, and probably, I would say races a lot better than the lines would indicate.
just 3 for 25 in the season, but I like his chances tonight, racing for the optional tag of $9,500. So just 5 and 6 for me in the end of it. But Sugar, I hate not taking a single, but I just couldn't get there with any of them throughout that sequence.
You know what? Looking through it, I did single up the Drinking Buddy, and the more I look at that 8th race with Yoda Queen, Oguda, Steel Beauty. Now Oguda was so good last time out; they just never challenged her throughout. Had the big move off the gate. Steel Beauty outside post to overcome, and then as you mentioned, Yoda Queen missing a month of racing action. So Oguda could be another one to maybe consider singling up in race number 8. The horses and drivers vacating the paddock here for race number 7, stepping out on Post Parade. It's even money on number 3 right now. Little Stitious, surprisingly, going out for trainer Mackenzie Spence. Dale Spence on board the drive. Here's the field then. Led by number 1, 50 Shades of Gold, Todd Ratchford on board for Frank Lamacchia and Tony Maselli. Dienmar Sun Stable and Peter Miskolzi, and it's Market Art Training, Todd Ratchford on 1, 50 Shades of Gold. Number 2, Better Rock and Roll, Andy Moore on board for owner-trainer John Marshall. Early action here on number 3, Little Stitious, owned by Jennifer Ritchie of New Brunswick. It's Mackenzie Spence Training, Dale Spence in the sulky. Bet on Brit, the first-time starter, post 4 for owner-breeder Steve Bestard of Lucan. It's Catherine Cochran conditioned, Garrett Rooney driven. Number 5, Red Trans Am, adding blinkers. Jay Harris now listed for owner Rebecca Williamson, trainer Lori LePage. Number 6, Rose Run Yolette. Tyler Borth, catch driving for owner-trainer Richard Griffiths. 7 was a scratch, the trailing spot for 8, Rock and Pebbles. This one for Ron Ash and Mike McLaughlin, Mauricia Miller training. It's Scott Ray to do the driving. So, reduced field of 7, opening leg, late pick 4 right here, Exactor Try, and a super moments away. So here we are looking at number 5. This is Red Trans Am. Red Trans Am is a second best selection for Robert. And I wasn't even including this one in my top 4 selections, but program changes come out, saw they added blinkers. She was going along fine last time out. Then the final turn came up, and she just lost her focus, lost interest. So the connections decide, throw the blinkers on, and now Jay Harris is listed. This is Red Trans Am. She was pretty good in her career debut in winning. And again, the blinkers go on today, Robert.
Yeah, I thought that that lifetime debut. I mean, she kind of ended up blowing that final turn, had to get steadied, and still went on for the victory. I mean, she took the lead, then was in arrears quite a bit before coming back on for the W. And like you said last time, out something went amiss, but she looks really good on the track right now. Pretty fired up out there, to be perfectly honest. And and Jay Harris can certainly get them to go forward off the gate. So if we see that from her tonight, I mean, look out. I mean, that's probably why she's taking that 8-5 action. Equipment change.
Yeah.
Addition to Jay Harris.
She does look good right now. I mean, right there on her on-track presence, it's that final turn she's had trouble with. You nailed it. She did blow it on her first career start, but she did manage to win, and she just no focus at all last time around.
No, not at all. But I guess that equipment change, right? That's what they're hoping for there. And
yep.
I mean, obviously 2-year-old and against some older ones here, but that's those nothing new to her. I mean, she did that when she was victorious October 24th. So
sure.
8-5 right now. Everyone likes her. I don't know if I get behind her at that price just because I'm still kind of worried about that final turn, but we'll see.
We will see. Number 6, Rose Run Yolette, Tyler Borth, already in the winner's circle multiple times tonight. You'll get a shot with this 6, Rose Run Yolette. She's been knocking on the door in recent starts.
I was just going to say that, right? She's got 4 seconds and a third out of 12 tries as a sophomore, just 1 start at 2. I thought she would take all the money here, because AJ Bella
has beaten her in each of her last 2 efforts. That one I think will be more than happy to back in here. So when a race is void of that winner, you might want to look to the runner-up, who is Rose Run-Yolette, and 5-2 I think is a pretty good price on her. I thought that we'd be looking for better value elsewhere, and now she actually is the value of 5-2, but that might change come post time.
Right on. There is a bit of value on your first-time starter, number 4, Bet on Brit, the daughter of Better Than Cheddar. The qualifier over London, she's showing a back half there, 59-3, passing horses as well, 5th up into second at the finish line. It goes out for trainer Catherine Cochran. Garrett Rooney, no stranger to the winner's circle here in London.
Oh, and she's a full sister to someone we saw earlier on the card. Sweet Jesus is her full sister. And when that one made her lifetime debut, I remember it well because I think we both bet her, Sugar, and she broke stride early on and just missed by a head on the end of her mile in her lifetime debut. Then she disappeared for a bit. And then when she came back, obviously she did good things. So that kind of has me intrigued on this one a little bit. Obviously that vet scratch sick for her first scheduled start October 17th. Now not doing much, obviously, that we can see anyways since that qualifier. But I'm intrigued by her in here. And if you want to say, I don't want to take anyone at a short price, you want to take someone at a mid-range number, well, 5-1 on Bet on Brit's not a bad price.
We mentioned a while back, Sweet Jesus. Could be the one-trick pony kind of deal, like in the front end. Seems to me the dam of these two, Brittle, was a bit of a front-end type around here in Ontario.
Yeah, no, it's interesting because, Sweet Jesus, when she kind of came out first, she was racing from off the pace in many of her efforts, right? And I think that the problem for this one today, right, is first-time starter, missed some time between. We're likely going to see those tatted. I don't think she's going to be fired up behind the gate. I mean, it's her first time going behind it now here in a pari-mutuel race. But, it'll be interesting to see how she handles tonight. But if it's not tonight, I'd keep a close eye on her for next time.
I like the look of Bet on Brit on track. She's put together nicely. She's going to make her first career start here tonight. We've got co-favorites getting set to line up. They are the 5, Red Trans Am, the 6, Rose Run-Yolette, at 2-1, and not far behind those, number 3, Little Stitious. Final thoughts, Little Stitious, for Team Spence.
Yeah, flat line under her belt now, that might bode well for her. Obviously, it draws better, but I couldn't get there, especially at 3-1.
Here we go. Late pick 4, starting up in London. Still time. You'd have to hurry, though. On the inside, 50 Shades of Gold, then Better Rock and Roll. Little Stitious, Bet on Brit. Red Trans Am, Rose Run-Yolette treading out Rock and Pebbles. 6 on gate, plus the trailer, field of 7. Top of the stretch. Opening leg of a late pick 4 starting up here. A little bumpy gated prior to the start. The 5, Red Trans Am. Here they come. They're off and charging from the outside gate. Rose Run-Yolette in play for Borth. Along the inside, 50 Shades of Gold tried to come on through. These two together, bending through the opening turn and taking control. Rose Run-Yolette took the late action that made her a 7-5 favorite here in the early going. This is Rose Run-Yolette on top by 2.5. It's 50 Shades of Gold to track from second. Longest shot on the board, 8, Rockin' Pebbles sitting chilly third. It's a big gap of 7 or 8 lengths. Back to Better Rock and Roll in fourth. That comes ahead of Little Stitious. Off the back end quickly, Red Trans Am motors up for Harris. And tread on the field, that is the first-time starter, Bet on Brit. 29-1 was the opening quarter-mile clocking for Rose Run-Yolette, the daughter of He's Watching, out there by 3 full lengths. Second best, 50 Shades of Gold, considering an outside move from third, Rockin' Pebbles. Up on the outside, racing a bit green on the turn. That is Red Trans Am. She is way out there in fourth. Fifth and in for Little Stitious, and up around that, that. Bet on Brit, the first-time starter, going on by there to grab fifth, and she may have a say in this one before it's over. And well back to the trailer, Better Rock and Roll up and by 3/4. Rose Run Yolette is getting them there, though her lead is down to a length and a half. Rock and Pebbles at 35-1, getting closer here. Third and in for 50 Shades of Gold, still coming on the wide side. Red Trans Am, and she's out there wide on the final turn again. Pushing on through. Bet on Brit is flying late. 130 flat for 3/4 into the stretch. Rose Run Yolette coming quickly in the green shadow roll. Bet on Brit. Bet on Brit is charging. Here's the finish. Oh, looked like Rose Run Yolette may have just held on. Bet on Brit. Gotta circle her up for next time. Rock and Pebbles finishes third, 2:01 and 3. Number 6, Rose Run Yolette at 7-5. Did hang on over 4, Bet on Brit. The long shot 8, Rockin' Pebbles for the show dough. And number 3, Little Stitches. Closed up well to finish fourth. 6, 4, 8, and 3. Your top 4 unofficial. So the driver win battle for 2023 in Canada continues. James McDonald leading into tonight over Todderborth. Todderborth, though, with his 4th driving victory on the night. He's not done yet. Here he is, putting a maiden victory together for number 6, Rose Run Yolette. 3-year-old daughter of He's Watching from the Life Sign mare, Bermuda Babe. It's owned and trained by Richard Griffiths. Driven to win by Todderborth. Again, 4 trips to victory lane tonight and not done yet. Maiden score, Rose Run Yolette there tonight, 2:01 and 3. Congratulations. Race 7, we are going official with the 6, 4, 8, and 3. $4.90 on a win price for Rose Run Yolette. Exactor worth $19.70. Dollar try $115.30. Super for $1 $386.25. 20 center came back at the $77.25. 8 minutes away from race number 8, Exactor Try Super. A pick 3 opportunity, final pick 3 opportunity tonight. 7 Pacers going postward, race 8 in 8 minutes. Race 7, official rundown. 50 Shades of Gold finishing 5th. Better Rock and Roll 7th. Little Stitches 4th. Bet on Brit was 2nd. Red Trans Am 6th. Rose Ronulette, the race winner. 7 was Scratch Rockin' Pebbles finishing 3rd. Top down a 5, 7, 4, 2, 6, 1 Scratch 3. 8th race up and coming. No changes there for the 7 Pacers. Lining up in about 5 minutes for an Exactor Try Super and a pick 3 play. There's the win photo from race number 8. Make that race number 7. Just holding on. Number 6, Rose Ronulette, got the better of the first-time starter, Bet on Brett, who I mentioned. You probably want to circle that one up big time for next time. 5 minutes to post time, race 8. Race 8 starters on parade here. Field of 7 in here for an Exactor Tri Super. Final pick 3 tonight. You're looking at 1. Cabot Tower, Natasha Day driving for Milton Young of Paradise, Newfoundland. Kenny Oliver conditions. Number 2, it'll be Yoda Queen. Yoda Queen takes the heavy early action here right now at 1-5. We'll wait on Yoda Queen. She's coming out here for post 2, owned and trained by Jamie Doig. Andy Moore in the sulky. Yoda Queen returns. Number 3, Snake Eyes Hanover. It's Austin Sori driving for owner Shen Guo. The trainer, Taylor Fritz. Here's a look at number 4, Oguda for RAW Equine Inc. along with Mark Horner. Mike Horner trains and drives. JM Outspoken 5, a Totterborth for Lisa Stewart. Trainers Ryan Stewart. Number 6, Play Like Carrera, Lauren House for owner-trainer Darian Ham. And a 7 outside for Steel Beauty, David Amicelli, the owner. Tim Myers trains. Nick Stewart on 7, Steel Beauty, the outside post to overcome, but she's a player. Right now the price, 12-1. 7, Pacing, Fillies and Mares for the 8th race. Again, Exactor Tri, Super, and a pick 3. Here's a look at number 2, Yoda Queen here in race number 8. Now, this filly, she's won 5 of her last 6, but has now missed a month of racing action. Still worth a look, though. The players are on this filly, Robert, at 2-5, and I don't know. She's gone a month without a race. Her last start was an easy victory over London, and the start before that was likely even more impressive, caught up in traffic and then zooming home to win that one.
Yeah, and she had missed some time, and before that start, right? And that was the one that really, struck me as a massive effort, right? I mean, she had no right to win that race. She got stuck in traffic, as you noted, but as soon as she had clearance, you could see that she was going to win with ease. I mean, it was one of those ones where she was just so much the best. Yeah. And then she came out and proved it the next week when she won by nearly 8 lengths. And I guess for me, it's a little bit further now between starts, right? Almost that full month between starts. And she's been so good this season. High percentage in the win column, hits the board with all kinds of frequency. But, you have to think, maybe that conditioning edge going the other direction now for her rivals might help them get there. And, 1-9 is such a... Yeah,
1-9
for price on one like this.
1-9, and for a horse, she's kind of lethargic out there, She's not right on the bit or anything either, she's a nice filly and all, and she got a pretty good record this season, but that month between start, 1-9, I'm just not sure. Back to race 7 briefly. How do you like Bet on Brit for next time?
Oh, I said it before the race. I said she'll probably end up being one that we're going to put on the watch list for next time, and that's what happened, right? Yeah. Just like her sister. Yep. Her sister got beat ahead after being a million lengths out of it, and charged home just like she did. Yeah. I know that next time those sugars she'll likely be something to 5.
She'll be bet down pretty good. I watched the replay again. She's a dozen lengths back following the half. She runs into traffic trouble, checked up big time into the final turn behind Red Trans Am, and then charging like she did on the end. She's going to be a heavy favorite next time out. But you know what? I really like the look of her. She's put together real good.
Yep. Absolutely. I'm looking forward to it either way, right? Yeah. Hopefully, maybe she hooks someone that might make her price be a little bit higher than 3-5 or 4-5, but I think we'll end up probably having to single her and build some value around her because she's going to get bet heavily, as you noted.
Right on. Here is Oguda now. I know you were big on her last time out. I think folks have got to be big on her right now. Of course, all the money is going towards the 2 Yoda Queen. Oguda just might have that early foot advantage on the 2 Yoda Queen. Now, if Yoda Queen shows up and wants to throw her A game into the mix in the early going, they might not be able to beat her out of there. But if Yoda Queen, being off the month, decides to take back Oguda, might get a clear path to the lead in here.
And that's how I think you bet this race, right? Is you say, okay, you know what? If you're going to look elsewhere, you hope that Oguda's going to go forward like she did last time and maybe steal some fractions this time out. But you know what? She doesn't really have to. She did her best when she keeps on rolling like she did in her latest.
Right.
And it was kind of a situational play for me in that one because she'd been drawing outside. She faced tougher, like seasoned veterans in numbers of 5,000 last 3. And now she gets to come right back in this class with that all-important fitness edge over Yoda Queen. So 9-2, likely that's where I'm going to go, and it's strictly because I can't bet a 1-9 shot.
And you know what? 157 November, London. That's a big mile.
It is, yeah. And in Oguda in the past, she's been known to string them together, right? She's got 9 wins in the season, and she went on some nice win streaks, and I think she's now back to her A game.
Okay, and maybe a final word for a friend of the show, David Omicelli, likely tuned in here. Trainer Tim Meyer sending out the 7 Steel Beauty. I know you're fond of this one, Robert.
Yeah, price is insane.
It
right
is.
Now. 17. I keep telling people tonight, even in private messages, if she can race on a helmet, she can be right there. I mean, she closes with the best of them. 18-1 is monstrous.
Runner-up finisher, each of her last 3 where she's a beaten favorite too. She's 17-1 and holding.
Yeah, I could jump in there for a little bit too.
Here we go. 7 Pacers for race 8. Heavy favoritism for 2 Yoda Queen. So Cabot Tower on the rail, then Yoda Queen. Snake Eyes Hanover. Oguda, JM Outspoken. Play Like Carrera. Steel Beauty for 7 across. Top of the stretch. Picking up speed. Here they come. They're off. Oguda leaving from the center. Yoda Queen does have some early speed to work with tonight. Snake Eyes Hanover leaving out there to look for a spot up close. Maybe finding it here in 4th. Pushing on through was Cabot Tower. So taking command, Oguda. Oguda's on top by 2.5 with Yoda Queen. All alone in 2nd. Traveling 3rd is Cabot Tower. The midfield 4th for Snake Eyes Hanover. That comes ahead of JM Outspoken. Next to last was Play Like Carrera. Earliest trailer, Steel Beauty, zipped the opening quarter here in 28-1. Oguda did, this 3-year-old daughter, better than Cheddar, looking for a second quarter breather. It appears she's going to find one. Yoda Queen content to sit from 2nd. Cabot Tower continuing 3rd. A peek to the outside in 4th. For Snake Eyes Hanover, she's going to roll. And next in line to be 5th, we've got JM Outspoken switching out. Off the back end's going to be Steel Beauty. And towards the in, Play Like Carrera. The half clocked up, 59-1. Yes, indeed. Nice breather of 31 flat through the 2nd frame for Oguda. With Yoda Queen sitting chilly 2nd. Snake Eyes Hanover trying to grind her way into it. She's 3rd best to the outside. Cabot Tower continues 4th, 5th, and wide. JM Outspoken. Then came Play Like Carrera. And the trailer continues to be Steel Beauty up and by 3/4 over there. In 129-1, and Oguda and a Horner appears to still have lots left. But what does Yoda Queen have in the pocket? Yoda Queen back on for the deuce here. Snake Eyes Hanover appears to be stalling. It's an 8 left to go. And show him if you got him time. Yoda Queen on top. It was very wide into the turn for Yoda Queen, but she is clicked into gear. And after missing some time, she's just going to go on quite easy here for Andy Moore. Yoda Queen winning over Oguda. And on to take 3rd was Cabot Tower at 50-1, 158-1. Yoda Queen here at 1-5. Easy victory over Oguda. Cabot Tower, JM Outspoken 2-4, 1-5 unofficial. Back to victory lane again. This is Yoda Queen. Yoda Queen, now a 6-time winner from her last 7 outings. Yoda Queen, winner of the Prospect Series Final, winner of the City of London, gets a great shot at 3-year-old Pacing Filly of the Year honors here in London. Yoda Queen, daughter of All Bets Off, out of JM Chicago by Art Major, owned and trained by Jamie Doig, driven to win by Andy Moore. Yoda Queen on top. Easy winner here, 158-1. Congratulations. Yoda Queen, 270, Exactor 580, Buck Try, 1930, Buck Super, 5235, your 20 center, 1047. 7 minutes away from race number 9, still on the pace for it. Put a blind bridle on number 2, Admit 1, the blind bridle for 2 in race 9. A pacing event. And then the 10th and final, it's a group of trotters, 7 of them now with the scratch of number 8. What can I say? The 9 will not be moving in for that high 5 finale. 7 minutes to post time. Race 9 is next. Eighth race official rundown. Cabot Tower 3rd. Yoda Queen won it. Snake Eyes Hanover 7th. Oguda was 2nd. Jam Outspoken 4th. Play Like Carrera 6th. Steel Beauty finishing 5th. Ninth race up next, as mentioned, the blind bridle for 2, Admit 1. 8 Pacers, Exactor Try, Super, Late Double, and 4. Live racing continues this coming Friday evening. 10 races on tap, beginning at 5:50. Went through the selections there today. Pembroke Legacy back with us on Friday evening. Looks like a strong player for the early multi-leg wagers on Friday night. Lauren House returning with Pembroke Legacy Indigo this coming Friday evening in London. So we'll thank our guest cappers tonight. Robert Reed Jr., of course, Lou Sorella, hashtag Lou Knows, Nathan Baines, Islam Baquette. Myself, we're all going to chase after the 4 drinking buddy in here. Myself, Robert, and Nathan selecting 3 Smokestack on the end of the Exactor play. Lou Sorella went to the 1 Century J Rock for the Exactor factor. Ghislain Paquette went outside to 7 Olchek. Maybe an early speed factor there for Tyler Borth. 4 victories thus far tonight. Tyler on the 7. Olchek here in race number 9. Then he's on the 5. Muscles of Plenty, race number 10. 3 minutes to go here on the 9th. Waiting the post parade here for race number 9. Some birthday wishes to send out there. Steve Coulter, happy birthday. Stu McQueen, friend of the show. Stu, happy birthday. Enjoy the rest of it. Robert Briggs, Anita Fritz, all celebrating their birthdays today. Happy birthday, folks. Enjoy the rest of it. Pacing. Horses. For race number 9, on track for a post parade. This is one Century J-Rock leading. Garrett Rooney's on board for Joyce and Doug Hastings. Michael Carther conditions. Post 2 for Admit 1. Admit 1, Janet O'Brien owning. Sean O'Brien trains and drives. The Blind Brattle going on 2. Admit 1 tonight. Number 3 is Smokestack. Smokestack goes out for owner, trainer, driver Braden Reibeling. And then at a post 4, Drinkin' Buddy for Heather and Rick Pickett. Heather trains. Travis Henry. Jay Harris is up on 5, Museum Tour. This one for owner, trainer Paul Smith. 6, He's Stalking You is Sam Fillion for Alexia Frigo. It's Kelly Duval-Lakai, the trainer. 7 Outside, Old Chick. Old Chick is owned by Rick Ryer, trained by Daryl Laver. Tyler Borth. Here's a drive for 5. And a trailing spot for 8, Can Be a Treasure. Colonel Schneider Jr. owns. Cassidy Schneider trains. Ryan DeRoche on number 8. Can Be a Treasure. Those are your starters. 8 of them for the 9th exactor try. Super late double right here. Getting a look here at number 3. I know you've got this one pegged for a second, Robert. Smokestack just missed his life best mark in the latest. Looks to be a player again in here. We've got him pegged as an exactor factor. Price is right, 8-1.
Yeah, I think right now all the value on the odds board. I mean, it was a winner, last time. Now, granted, it did miss a week between starts, but I thought this one was in really good order in each of 3 starts here at the Raceway, and was racing well at Leamington before that as well. Braden Reibeling has had some success with horses that he brings up from south of the border, and Smokestack's one that I think is in with a chance in here, especially considering you've got a favorite who, as we've noted, has been known to make those miscues that can cost some victories. Now, all goes according to plan tonight. Drinking Buddy's gonna be tough to beat, but Smokestack is definitely one that I think you have to be mindful of in here, especially if that price stays at 8-1.
Yeah, Braden, kind of a new name to horse players and racing fans, a newer name to the driving ranks here in Ontario. I believe this is the one where I mentioned, he couldn't have drove this horse any better last time out. It was a perfect steer, a second over toe up, and let him loose in the stretch and on for a nice sharp victory, 57-4. Number 3, Smokestack, Braden Reibeling, one to consider here. Your top selection, Robert, top selection for all the cappers here in London tonight on the broadcast. Number 4, Drinkin' Buddy. Now, Drinkin' Buddy has been really sharp in recent starts over London. He's second best off a first turn miscue last time out. A winner before that, and likely a winner 3 back when circling up out of the backfield. Breaking at the 3/4 took every chance away in that one.
Yeah, he was making such a big move on that occasion, and that's what kind of made him that even money favorite next time, and one that was a must play in that effort, because I do firmly believe he was going to be a winner when he made that break in stride wide out 3 starts ago, and like we said earlier, probably on a 4-race winning streak if he just could mind his manners, because last time out cost him the race by making a break in the early going at 75 cents the dollar. Looks pretty good on the track tonight. Looks pretty calm and relaxed out there, and again, he's in fine form right now. Probably never better than he is right now, but that's why he's 1-2 on the odds board.
Drinkin' Buddy, the 4-horse top selection for all the cappers here on the broadcast, and the heavy action 1-2 favorite right now. Number 1, Century J-Rock. Garrett Rooney stays on for trainer Michael Carther. You could call this an improved post position. It's been a while since this one's had a rail advantage to work with, and there is that early speed factor as well.
Yeah, and racing against Tougher in each of his last two, right? That's an open non-winners company now making the shift back to the condition claiming rinks, and I thought race, decently enough on October 17th at this level to be fourth, just beating just under 2 lengths to Doc's Rock on that occasion. Before that, I thought raced very well in victory at Leamington, back-to-back wins, and I think he's in with a chance here. And I like the price a moment ago. Now we see a little more support come for him at 3-1. I think that's probably about the right number, though. You said he's got that tactical speed. If he can use it off the gate, get into a good spot, maybe he's one that can capitalize. So if you don't want to swallow the 3-5 on Drinking Buddy, who's been prone to those miscues, Century J Rock or Smokestack are a couple of decent options.
Okay, how about 12-1 on number 8, Can Be a Treasure? We saw this combination last night score in a big way with a favorite in Big Lady J. Ryan DeRoche come in to drive that one for Cassidy Schneider. Put it right on the lead and could not get challenged the whole way. An easy victory for Big Lady J last night. Similar kind of look on this Can Be a Treasure horse, though it's only the first start back off the layoff. Big Lady J last night was making her second start back off a rest. Same kind of rest, though. Here's one that's been away for about 5 or 6 months for Team Schneider, but that barn is heating up in recent weeks.
Yeah, definitely been heating up, and one that nose on gate with post 1, 2, or 3. I'd likely be trying to get Can Be a Treasure down here. You're probably getting that inflated number because of the trailing post and obviously the time away. But not without a chance, Sugar. I mean, this is not like out of his reach by any stretch, but we'll keep a keen eye on him for next time, right? I mean, unless he jumps up and gets the job done tonight, then we'll lose all that value.
100% agree with you. That's what I was thinking myself. If this horse had the nose on gate, no shot he'd be up into the double-digit odds for Team Schneider. So Can Be a Treasure. First start back off the layoff here. 9th race, upper turn, Century J-Rock, Admit 1, Smokestack, Drinking Buddies in the center, then Museum Tour. He's Stalking You, Olchek on the outside, Can Be a Treasure, trails out into the stretch. Picking up speed, here they come. Off and pacing, Brad. It's the killer crossover by Olchek, just like that, pylon position. For Borth, bending through the opening turn. Olchek at 12-1 takes command in the early going. Century J Rock with the rail advantage gets away for a 2-hole ride, driving at a third. Admit 1 settled down into 4th. He's Stalking You. 5th best away on the return. Can Be a Treasure. That came ahead of Smokestack. Next to last, a Drinking Buddy who's been minding his manners in the backfield, and a gapped off a trailer in Museum Tour. 28-3, looking comfortable up front. Olchek just beginning to maybe tap it up here at 3/8 completion. Still out there by 2 full lengths. Century J-Rock is tracking second. Big long shot. He's Stalking You in play. Traveling first up for Sam Felion. It's cover for the returning Can Be a Treasure. Then along the inside it was Admit 1. Smokestack is setting it up third over. Buried near the back. Drinking Buddy at 1-9 is inside 7th. And then a gap of some 10, 12 lengths to Museum Tour. Over the half, only 59 seconds flat. Olchek with Theft on the Brain. The lead is 2 full lengths. Century J-Rock is second. Third goes to He's Stalking You. Way up on the outside. Drinking Buddies like 4 deep near the fence. Final turn, 128 at 3/4. Olchek still going forward. Second best chased up at that. Century J-Rock. Drinking Buddy still with work to do at 1-9. Traveling fourth, Can Be a Treasure. They make the swing inside. Olchek trying to go downtown, though. Here comes Drinking Buddy. Drinking Buddy coming quickly. Drinking Buddy bails out his backers. Second best was Olchek, close for third. Can Be a Treasure, and against Century J Rock for the show, though. 158-1, Drinking Buddy. Drinking Buddy here at 1 to 9, up in time over pace setter Olchek. Century J-Rock finishing third. Can be a treasure for 4-7-1-8. It's unofficial. Here's Drinkin' Buddy returning. Drinkin' Buddy, now a 3-time winner from his last 5 outings. 4-year-old stallion son of your nemesis from the Royal Majesty Mare Zipcar. Owned and bred by Heather Pickett, sharing ownership with Rick Pickett. Heather trains. Travis Henry on for the victory. The heaviest of faves here, scoring in 158-1. It was Drinkin' Buddy. Congratulations. Going official here. Race number 9, $220 on a win ticket. Drinking Buddy exactor $10.60, $1 try, $17.70. Super for $1, 100. 75, 85, 20. Center, we're 35, 17. 8 minutes away. 10th and final up and coming. Scratch the 8. What can I say? A vet scratch 6. The 9 will not be moving in, so it'll be all 7 trotters on gate. Reduced field of 7 on the trot for an exactor try. And a non-jackpot super high 5 finale. 8 minutes to post time. Ninth race official rundown. A Century J-Rock third, Admit One. Seven Smokestack was fifth. A Drinkin' Buddy, the race winner. Museum Tour 8. Museum Tour finished 8th. We've got E-Stocking U 6th. Olchek 2nd. Can Be a Treasure finishing 4th. Top down reads a 3, 7, 5, 1, 8, 6, 2, and 4. We're just 5 minutes away now from our 10th and final. Reduced field of 7 on the trot with the scratch of number 8. So the Will Pays are on display. Doubles, pick 3, pick 4, pick 5. Will Pays on to race number 10. Their high 5 finale up and coming. 7 trotters. As mentioned, live racing continues. Is coming Friday evening. It's 10 races on tap beginning at 5:50. The return of Pembroke Legacy. In to go early, I believe race 2. Looks like a strong player in the early going for the multi-leg wagers. Pembroke Legacy returning to London for the connections of Sam Taylor and Lauren House. 10th race, Trotters on Post Parade here. Exactor try and a high five opportunity. Number 1, Essential Worker. Sam Fillion stays on board for Michelle McMullen, along with Audrey Crawford and Dave Gowan. Ken Gowan trains. It's Jeff Mayhew owning. Lindsay Kerr training 2. Cloud 9 Hanover. Travis Henry. Here's 3, Luna Sealster, Sean O'Brien, training and driving for Janet O'Brien. Kicking your mask, number 4, Nick Stewart, gets the call for owner John Clark, training Kelly Duval-Lacaille. Tyler Borth up on 5, Muscles Aplenty. This one back on lane 6 for owner Patricia Gibb, trainer Joe Shaw. Number 6, Panzano for owner trainer. But more, it's Andy Moore in the sulky. 7 outside, Stars Above Alleridge, Garrett Rooney for Tanya Lawson, the trainer's Pat Bissett. The 8 was scratched, the 9 will not be moving in. And just like that, reduced field of 7 for this high 5 finale. Alrighty, getting a look at number 5. This is Muscles Aplenty coming in off the layoff. There's been a few months missed of racing action, last starting early June over Clinton. So the mare goes back on Lasix for this, and Tyler Borth with the hot hands tonight tries to cap off another big night on Tuesday. Looks for his 5th win on the card. Again, the connections have her back on Lasix or qualifier, says Go Robert.
Yeah, another day at the office for Tyler Borth, right?
Yeah.
Tuesdays at the raceway. And yeah, Muscle Plenty. I mean, the qualifier certainly looks good enough. Obviously in against Pacers in there when finishing 3rd. And this is a horse that, she's got that snap speed off the gate when it does get deployed. And Tyler is one that can unlock that.
We just saw it, right?
Know that. We just saw it. And you know what? I was just messaging Brad A on Twitter saying how sick I feel for him because he predicted that, right? He said killer crossover coming from Old Chuck and Tyler Borth. And everything kind of went his way, and I thought he was home until here comes Drinking Buddy, even though a wide trip, somehow stayed flat this time and takes the heart away. Right
and Drinking Buddy, he's buried 7th at the half, and it wasn't looking good there, but then he found some open road in the backstretch, but still, it was no easy task to do what Drinking Buddy did. Olchik almost stole the 9th race.
Yeah, he did, and then Tyler Borth, right, where you said theft on the brain there, and just couldn't close it out. But I think we might see similar tactics here. I mean, nothing kind of jumps off the page as like a speedster in this race, and Muscles Plenty is one that I've known to try to go down the road when she's on her game. But it is first start back, right?
Sure.
That's the kind of the problem here. But again, I think that when you come to the raceway of a decent qualifier, put Tyler down, you're going to get put into play.
Yeah.
And if that happens, then she's in with a big chance.
I agree. Number 6, Panzano, you've talked this one up pretty good. You've watched him go around Leamington quite a bit. Great check getter there, and some pretty good form coming into this Andy Moore listed.
Yeah, I mean, you look at the horse, he's been racing against, and, Rapanahui, I think we get behind in here. Dusty Lane Thunder, Duke Dale. I mean, there's some good form references throughout his paper. And again, like I said earlier, a lot of those lines, he's racing better than they actually look, in the program page. And I've just kind of been fond of him. And he also raced pretty good at Dresden, too, before they closed their meet for the season. So 13-1. Hey, listen, I don't mind getting behind one that, I think is more than capable of being competitive at this level. He's in for the optional tag, right? He doesn't fit the conditions, so he's in for the optional tag. And 13-1, I'm more than happy to give him a whirl in here.
Andy Moore already in the winner's circle tonight with Yoda Queen. Big performance. She's just crazy good this season. Hey, well managed.
Oh, God.
Yeah, and you said it. That's the most underrated part of this game. I know when I did, have a pretty big stable of horses as an owner. I remember, all my mentors said, you've got to manage them right. People think that they're machines. They can go in week to week and just keep on doing it. Eventually, they get tired, right? They've got 4 legs and a heartbeat. Yoda Queen has been managed to perfection. You know what I mean? Like, and she's responded so well to it. I haven't seen a horse look so good with that time between starts and do it with ease. And she loves her work too.
This is it. I watched her warm up. I'm looking at her closely because she has missed some time, and it was a nice and easy warm up, nothing special whatsoever. But put her in that pocket behind Oguda. Whoa, did she get racy?
Oh yeah. I mean, it was when she came to the outside. I mean, it wasn't a race anymore, right? You knew in an instant she was blowing right on by. So,
and she was kind of blowing the turn, but she had a target in front of her, and she was going by regardless.
Oh yeah, it didn't matter. I think she was just kind of excited to go to work again, right out of the pocket. That's what she put the turn.
Listen, always great to catch up and converse with you on our Tuesday nights. Robert, back again next week.
Yeah. Absolutely, always a pleasure, sir. Can't wait for it.
Perfect. Here we go. It's the 10th and final in London on a Tuesday night. Robert Reed Jr., fabulous job of setting up the action throughout the night. Essential Worker on the rail, Cloud9 Hanover, Luna Sealster, Kicking Your Mass, Muscles of Plenty, Panzano, and Stars Above Ullerich. Those are your 7 for the high 5, picking up speed. Here they come. They're off. Tadabor sending another one forward off the car. Off stride was Kicking Your Mass. The 4-horse Kicking Your Mass. 2-way break. Opening turn action. Luna Sealster with early speed. Essential Worker. Sam Fillion's got them stacked. 3 high on by the opening 8th. Essential Worker at 2-1 came on to grab control, though it's not for long. Muscles of Plenty. Muscles up on the outside for Borth. His drive for 5, touching down on the front end here at the quarter mile. 28-2 right off the bench for Muscles of Plenty. She's a leader into the second turn. Second best Essential Worker, the faves. 1-2 here, bending up towards 3/8 completion. Muscles of Plenty, Essential Worker, looking at it from third. Long shot, Luna Sealster. Cloud9 Hanover. He's an 8-5 fade player as well. Out and rolling from 4th. That's going to be cover for Panzano, now in play, outside in 5th. With them in 6th, the Stars Above Ullerich. And well back to the early breaker, Kicking Your Mass, distanced off of this group. 59-3, halftime speed. 31-1, second quarter for pace setter. Muscles of Plenty out there by a length and 3/4 now. Essential Worker has been tracking. Cloud9 Hanover, grit grinding away there in 3rd. A toe up in 4th for Panzano. Then the buried 5th, Luna Sealster. Stars Above Ullerich 6th. Up and by 3/4, they were there in 129-3. Muscles of Plenty is still the one, trying to get closer on the outside. Cloud9 Hanover inching ever so closer. 3rd and in for Essential Worker. 3 wide off the back end. Panzano for Andy Moore in play in the late going. It's still Muscles of Plenty selling it. Muscles of Plenty, room at the inn. Essential Worker is going to try to come on through. It's a drive for 5. Tyler Borth, home and cooled. Close for second. Essential Worker up against Cloud9 Hanover. And finding their way into the high 5 appeared to be Luna Sealster and Stars Above Ullerich. 201-2. So the 5, Muscles of Plenty on top, caps off a big night for Borth again. Second best was 2, Cloud9 Hanover. The 1, Essential Worker, third. Number 3, Luna Sealster, fourth. It was actually 6, Panzano. Finishing fifth in the high 5. 5, 2, 1, 3, 6. Your winning high 5 combination, returning to victory lane again. Tyler Borth, 5 driving wins for this Tuesday. Congratulations. He started it with Bucktober. He finished it with Muscles of Plenty. Muscles of Plenty, the 6-year-old daughter of Angus Hall from the Muscles Yankee mare. Show Me Your Muscles for owner Patricia Gibb of Kamoka. Joe Shaw trained, and it was Tyler Borth driven to win 201-2 right off the bench. Muscles of Plenty at 9-5. Tenth race official, $5.60 on a win price for Muscles of Plenty. Exactor $16.40, dollar try $16.10. High 5, 20 center $63.21. Late double 8 even. Multi-leg wagers, dollar pick 4, 30.10. 20-cent pick 5, 27.35. Rundown, Essential Worker, third. Cloud9 Hanover, second. Luna Sealster, fourth. Kicking Your Mass, 7. Muscles of Plenty, the race winner. Panzano was fifth. Stars Above Ullerich, 6. The 8 was a scratch. Top down, a 3, 2, 4, 7, 1. 5, 6 scratch. Big night for Borth again on this Tuesday. 5 driving victories. Austin Sorey in for the driving double. And that's a wrap on the live action this evening. Again, we're coming back on Friday evening. More live racing getting underway at 5:50 Eastern. Thanking you for joining us tonight for the Eye and the London Sky Sugared Oil. Have yourself a great evening.